went as far along as I pointed towards it. Sort of where my dad used to be.
Must be a guy with I reckon.
What with Burn Cricket?
Yeah.
Well, that's effectively what it's been for the last 2 years.
So we were 3 weeks ago. We were going to, my wife and I, my sister's older, she's in
we were.
Is it 2 and a quarter hours?
Yeah.
Get off the boat.
Yeah.
Absolutely white sand.
Yeah.
Green. It just reminded me of the Caribbean. No colour, no yacht. I felt quite young. But honestly, I'd recommend it.
We were.
I'd go back.
In 2002, we went to tickets to one and when we got there, it's really beautiful. We pulled up in the car park and said, helicopter before we were tickets on. All the time, cancel our
Yeah. But honestly, you get a chance. Day trip is good. Because we were there for a week, we visited 3 or 4 different islands. So just do these little went to Chester.
That's where the Barclay brothers live, who won the Telegraph. They lived on the York Island.
Really, just like I say, 2 hours on a day, we get on here.
Do you know Luke Edwards from the Daily Telegraph? Right, well, he was on sort of forecast. So he lives in Newcastle and in his wife. Because he used to be able to fly out, but he stopped the flights now, so yeah.
In fact, the day we went, the first day, we went, the boat was especially busy.
Right.
So all the things that should have been on the boat. You can wear a golf behind bikes,
When we used to go to the Isle of Arran, and I've been to
I've been to the Isle of Arran on a scout. Flying with James Fell.
yeah.
Up to the top. Quite high. As we came onto the top,
That's there's a lot of wildlife. We went to the distillery one time. So the distillery is round the back of the pool. starting the season earlier because they then take the final top for the World Cup. So it's the opposite of starting the season and after 2 games having an international break.
well done, well done, well done. Do your cricket. Give them help.
Barnard and D'Oliveira ton up to deny Durham. Durham will be delighted. They've dominated and dictated thanks to a maiden 200 from Rachin Ravindra and a scintillating record-breaking stand between Paul Coughlin and Ben Rain, the latter with his maiden ton, and they produced with the ball too. Worcestershire 140 for 3, still 502 behind their hosts' huge first innings total. It didn't take long for them to deal with Morris, the night watchman out for 8, caught by Borthwick off the bowling of Ben Rain. An early breakthrough, but the pairs coped well. The captain Brett D'Oliveira joined Haynes in the middle, in time to watch him stroke Coughlin through the covers for 4 to go to his 50 off 75 balls and take Worcestershire beyond 150. And even further, another effective partnership forged. Haynes and D'Oliveira worth 50 when the captain guided one down to third man, 200 runs up as the ball trundled over the ropes. The pairs still had a long way to go, and the journey looked more arduous when Eckersley took a sharp chance off the bowling of Chavaskis, and Haynes traipsed off for 68. Barnard stuck with his skipper all the way through to the break. The score up to 236 for 5 at lunch. The deficit still a big one, 406 runs. The Worcestershire pair were just as determined after the break. They'd added 50 together shortly after moving beyond 250. Barnard with the lion's share. But D'Oliveira had earned the right to start to hit out, and did so effectively. A 6th 4, this time off Rushworth, carried him to his half-century, scored off 137 balls. And they looked confident, and moved beyond 300. Barnard closed in on his 50, composed as he turned Rushworth down to fine leg to add 4 more, and bring up the 100-run partnership. A sumptuous shot down the ground to the bowling of Salisbury took Barnard to his 50, scored off 84 balls. Worcestershire almost halfway to parity now. Durham went wicketless throughout the remainder of the session. D'Oliveira unbeaten on 74, Barnard 71, and the deficit was now below 300 at tea. And they were just as confident when they returned to the middle. Durham starting to look devoid of ideas as the pair moved past 350 and to a 150-run partnership of 286 balls. D'Oliveira scampered 3 off Rain, up to 100 off 249 deliveries. The score up to 400. His captain's knock had taken much of the sting out of the game. He could go no further though. LBW to Rain for 100, a gritty and determined knock at an end. Barnard welcomed Roderick to the crease by adding a single to his total to move to 100. That held aloft, hard work rewarded. The day started to meander towards the close. The pairs showed little intent. Durham were going through the motions, and when time was called on the 3rd day of play, just 13 wickets had fallen, and a draw was almost certain. Even if Durham can quickly wrap up the final 3 scalps early on the final day, they've been out there for more than 130 overs now. The pitch has flattened, and a win looks to be out of reach for both sides on the 4th and final day.
Well, Scott, these have been long days in the field for the players this week. Certainly batsman-friendly tracks.
Yeah, look, it's a very good pitch, like you say, and 2 good players got in and played really well, and that's allowed to happen in first-class cricket, and that did it today. But look, I thought our efforts were brilliant. The 8 bowlers we used all tried the best, tried different methods, tried different plans. Got a little bit of sideways movement towards the end with some reverse swing, but not a lot offered off the surface, even to spin. So it was tough, but I just said to lads there, look, our attitude and our energy was fantastic today, so we've got to turn up tomorrow morning with that belief and that attitude, and we might just get our rewards. Look, we've got another 60 to play with before that follow on. We've got the bowlers to come in next, so if we get an early wicket in the morning, and look, you never know.
It's at the moment, it has all the hallmarks of the game at New Road, which was early May, wasn't it? That was a high-scoring draw.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, again, I've just said to lads there, 4th innings, 4th day, pressure can cause different things and strange things. And like I say, if we manage to get the last 4 wickets before that 150 runs follow-on mark, then you like I say, you never know. And if we turn it with that attitude and that mindset and the same energy and attitude we did today, then you just never know.
It was interesting, the familiarities this afternoon. It was just like yesterday afternoon. You know, Ben Rain and Paul Coughlin followed each other through the 70s, the 80s and the 90s to centuries, and the same thing happened with Brett D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard today. They were mirroring each other all the way through the 80s and the 90s. They weren't able to celebrate Barnard's century because you'd managed to get D'Oliveira out by then, but it was so similar.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, look, they're two good players and they were allowed to play well on good pitches. And I thought Brett, we made him work for his runs, and I think it's 250 balls to get 100. So that shows we bowled really well at him, and he's someone who wants to score and wants to hit boundaries. So we restricted him well, and I think throughout the day we've kept them in and around 300 mark, which is a good sign for us. I think we've toiled away, and like I say, we bowled really well in stages. But like I said, those two guys played really well.
Rachin Ravindra, let's talk about him. Brilliant double 100 in this game. He's bowled a few overs of spin as well.
Yeah.
Looks a very, very useful player. I'm sure you would love to have somebody like him at the club on a regular basis.
Yeah, look, he's a great kid as well. He only arrived on Wednesday or Thursday. I think he was in Dublin with his mates on holiday. So he turned up on Wednesday, and he's honestly desperate to play. He's an absolute badger as a kid. He loves the game. He just looks like a cricketer. You know, he saw him in the nets the other day, just the way he runs and bowls and bats, catches, does everything like a cricketer should. And the way he played was a joy to watch, wasn't it? He really did play well. And look, he's a test spinner as well. His left arm spinners are not the worst, are they? So it was nice to get him into the game today. But with 8 bowlers we've got, it's hard to get everybody into the game.
Day 3. Brett, I should imagine you're quite proud of your team after that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's at the start of the day to bat the day, and to be at the end of the day effectively 300 for 3 wickets is really, really pleasing.
Excellent partnership between yourself and Ed Barnard. Biggest Worcestershire ever had for any wicket against Durham, so that must have been nice.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that, but yeah, that's really pleasing. I thought before that actually, the way Jack and Azhar played actually was extremely important with the ball nipping around a little bit when it was a bit newer. But yeah, obviously really pleased for myself and Barney to get through and create that partnership.
Obviously you complement each other well, you batted well together, but talk me through it. It looks quite flat, but Ben Raine in particular was just getting a little bit out of it, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think there's a ball in there to keep you honest, and that is probably a reflection of the wicket. It's a really good cricket wicket, I think, and then credit to the Durham boys. They kept running in and kept whacking away in those areas. They didn't give us much to hit, and we had to be really patient for the runs today.
The other thing I noticed was that you, throughout, despite whatever the scoreboard said, you were running hard, weren't you?
Yeah, it's one of our things. We like to run hard, and I think myself and Barney are pretty quick between the wickets, so we like to put the team under pressure in that way. Another
100 for Barney. He's really underlining the fact that he's a proper batting all-rounder now, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind, his capabilities, and he's just showing that with the bat, and he's batting extremely well at the minute.
And from your own point of view, 100 number 11, I could see how annoyed you were when you got out, but even so, you must, when you reflect on it, be fairly satisfied with that.
Yeah, I was saying in the dressing room, batting's a funny game, isn't it? Because whenever you get out, you're always disappointed, no matter whether you get 0 or you get 250. So just more the timing of when I got out was frustrating. I wanted to see out the day, and let Rodders come in tomorrow potentially, and not have that sort of niggly period of 13 overs, whatever he had to go out and face. But he did a great job when he went out there.
Your 11th 100, one more than your dad.
Yeah, I said that to Barney out in the middle. It was really, really pleasing. So I can't wait to get to the bar one day and just give him a knock on the shoulder and let him know I'm one up.
I was waving at you from the commentary box to try and let you know that. Just looking ahead now, obviously it's still just a case of bat, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Keep occupying the crease for as long as we can, within sort of touching distance, but without looking too far of that follow on. But again, my message in the morning, first hour, is absolutely crucial tomorrow, because I have no doubt those Durham bowlers will come back hard in the morning.
And it would be nice for Gareth Roderick to get a few. One thing I noticed today about his batting was that he's just standing a bit stiller at the crease, it seemed to me.
Yeah, consciously, I think he's gone away and worked, really, really hard at his game, and he thinks about the game in a splendid way. And I'm really pleased that he's gone out there today and faced 30 odd balls, and he's looked really good in his movements back and forward. So I have every faith tomorrow morning that he'll go on and get a score.
Brilliant, thanks Brett. Thanks for your time.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
cheers, Frank.
Brett D'Oliveira there talking to Frank Watson. I'm just looking, you mentioned Barney's getting runs. I'm just looking through his figures against Durham. He got 75 against Durham in a Worcestershire win at New Road in 2017, and 55 in a draw earlier this year at New Road. And today he has 116, so he's doing his bit for his team against Durham this year. And Brett D'Oliveira, who we heard from there, who made 100. How do you see this one going today then, Frank?
Well, obviously that follow-on figure's crucial, I think, because it's the effect that Durham having to bat again will have on the game, isn't it? In terms of time, I think that you know, if they get past that follow-on figure, Durham have to bat again. Then, even if they came out and smashed it for an hour or two, you would feel that Worcestershire are unlikely to be bowled out a second time. However, if they have to follow on, and maybe the pitch is a little bit more up and down on this last day, then you lose 2 or 3 early wickets, then we could see a bit of nerves creeping in. So I think that's the key. One thing I will say, Marty, is that our views up here of this pitch don't necessarily tally entirely with the view of the players and the coaches. I spoke to a couple of people last night in the Worcestershire camp who said that actually that maybe it's not quite as benign a pitch as we originally thought, or as we've been saying for 2 or 3 days. Maybe the fact that Ed Barnard in the first innings did get quite a bit of movement out of it, and so did Ben Rain, is the suggestion is that maybe there's a little bit more in it than we thought, and just that the other bowlers perhaps didn't bowl as well as they might have done. So keep an eye on that. I think it's certainly easy paced, but there is carry through. We have seen certain bowlers get the odd one to climb, haven't we? We saw Barnard get 1 or 2 to climb. We saw Rain get 1 or 2 to go past the sort of ribs of the batsman. We also commented several times on the fact that 1 or 2 bowlers like Coghlan and Pennington and so on, and if they whacked it in really short, it climbed very, very high, and they had to do that. But I'm just saying, the suggestion is that maybe there's a little bit more in it than we think. So I'd say the draw is the most likely. A lot depends on Worcestershire avoiding the follow-on, and if that doesn't happen, then we might be in for a few surprises.
So follow on, I've been doing the maths. I reckon the target's 493. So if a team has a 150 run lead, then they can force the follow on.
Yeah.
So basically Worcestershire have got to get out to 149, haven't
Yeah.
they? So
Yeah.
and it's always confused me that whether it's 150 or 149, but 150 is the lead section of it. Anyway, if you want to get in touch today, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or it's wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk,
Or at Frank Watson 58.
or at Frank Watson 58. I tweeted last night, watching the cricket highlights last night, I said, seeing the little lad with his dad at the test today, and his dad says, we got permission from the head to be here.
Yeah, saw that.
And I said, normal and sensible behaviour before the era of the parental fine. It reminded me of a story from 1984, and I only found out about this a few years ago. I was riding my bike along the cliff tops and bumped into my old English teacher. She asked what I did for a living these days, and I said, well, commentating cricket matches. And she said, oh, your dad was right then. And I said, well, what do you mean? And she said, well, that letter he sent in 1984. And she remembered the year. And I said, I don't know what letter you're talking about. And she said, well, when he took you to the test match at Leeds. And she said, it said Martin will be off school tomorrow because I'm taking him to Leeds to watch England play the West Indies to further his cricketing education. And what she then told me, I didn't know either, was this led to a furious row between 2 teachers in the staff room. So you're going back to 1984. One of them was the teacher who ran the cricket team at the school and was over the moon that we'd got tickets to go see the West Indies, and the other one thought it was a disgrace that I'd had a day off school to go and watch the cricket. We went down, actually there was a lad called Andrew Robson with us who played cricket and ended up on Sussex's staff for a while. So I tweeted last night, it apparently caused a row in the staff room, and agents just replied, yeah, that's because they knew you were coming back the next day.
Yeah.
Harry Clapp says, we're either going to win this or lose it. Interesting.
Can't see how you can lose it,
No.
Harry. Sorry. Maybe you could tell us how you're going to lose it, Harry.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't think there's any way Durham can possibly lose this cricket match.
Sean says, I'm not there today. I lost the will to live yesterday. Tedious beyond belief, he said. There were some long passages of play, weren't there, where there wasn't much going on. It was a bit like the day before, really, when the partnerships developed. But it's all part of the game of cricket, isn't it? That's the thing. And in my preview of the day's play today, I said I was wondering how many people will be rushing to congratulate the county championship for creating all those England players who won the Test series against New Zealand, because it was the county championship's fault when they were losing. So surely, because they've won a Test series now, the county championship should be praised. Maybe it wasn't broken after all. Maybe it just needed a few changes behind the scenes, which is what we've witnessed recently. And Michael Hall says, I love the reference to the county championship. Thanks for that. Right then, here we go. Quick wickets or more runs? What will be the order of the day? We're doing an update for Radio Newcastle in a few minutes' time in the news, which has begun. And it's Ben Rain, ball in hand. 431 for 6. They trail by 211. They've got to get that trail down to 149 to avoid having to bat again straight away, which is what Scott Borthwick said he would do if they got wickets quickly today. Rain in, ball turned off towards square leg on the boundary to Rushworth for 1. So this ball is 53 overs old, and Durham have been out in the field for 133 overs. In comes Rain again. This is played to the cover area, no run there. It's a beautiful day, just a few vapour trails in the sky. And blue skies, went for some nice weather for the next 3 days, and then it will get quite hot. Then it said the temperature will dip by 10 to 13 degrees, but I don't think I mind that, because if it's going to get as hot as they say, it'll probably become uncomfortably hot. Currently 18 here, so that's about perfect, I would say. The wind has dropped as well. Rain bowling to Barnard, who's on 116. This is defended. Roderick now on 7. .432 for 6. Rain in to Barnard. This is played to short, mid-wicket. Coghlan is in there. Ball gradually making its way back around the outfield towards the bowler's end. It's now getting a bit of a polish from Rachin Ravindra. Will be good to see him back at Durham at some point after his debut. 217 runs. Here's the update. And it's a gorgeous sunny day here, perfect weather for cricket. Durham starting this morning on the hunt for 4 quick wickets. If that doesn't happen, and if Worcestershire can get to within 149 of Durham's first innings total, then they won't have to bat again straight away. Durham won't be able to force the follow-on. But Worcestershire starting this morning on 431 for 6, so they were trailing by 211. And key to what Durham might be able to achieve today is if they can get Ed Barnard out, because he's currently on 117. Gareth Roderick at the other end on 7. There's commentary on the BBC website and the sports app. Last ball of the over. In comes Rain. It's defended by Roderick around off stump, end of the over. So 2 added in the over. Astronomers have found the fastest growing black hole for the last 9 billion years. It's amazing how they can be so precise on the dates. That's the and finally on our news bulletin today. And there's an email coming from Peter Turner, which we'll mention now as Frank joins us. He says, good morning, Martin. You regularly air your distaste for the use of a night watchman.
Well, did you see last night? Gloucestershire used 3 and lost a lot. I think your point is proved. Oh yes, there they are. Singdale duck, Price duck, Hammond as well. Chapel might have been the original one. Hammond wasn't out. Thanks for that one, Peter. It's Coughlin to bowl from the Lumley end.
And he comes in now to bowl to Barnard. That one is driven beautifully by Barnard through the covers. Not really a full half volley, over pitched. Absolutely superb shot from Barnard. First boundary of the day. Repeat of several of the shots that he played yesterday. And hopefully that'll settle his nerves a little bit after that mix-up in the previous over. It would be very, very silly to get run out in these circumstances, but there was a bit of a misunderstanding. They've run hard, to be fair, Worcestershire, throughout the game, throughout the season in fact. They're always looking to turn ones into twos, whatever the situation, and on that occasion didn't quite. Well, it almost brought disaster. This one from Coughlin is outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard, who's moved on to 121 with that boundary. It was a lovely shot through the covers, and it saw the removal of the second slip and the reinforcement of the offside ring. Gorgeous morning here at Chester Street as Coughlin moves in again and bowls, and again left alone outside the off stump by Barnard. So just the one slip, and there's still Scott Borthwick. He really does like that little man on the drive on the onside, doesn't he? Sort of short mid-wicket in a catching position. He's got Ravindra in there at the moment. One or two dropped just short of there yesterday. Coughlin again into Barnard. Bowls, bouncer. Barnard just leans inside it, watched it all the way over his left shoulder. Taken by Eckersley. So good carry on that one, but he's a big man, Coughlin. Hits the deck quite hard. You have got to really put it in to get it out on this pitch, I think. But as I said just before the start of play, there were quite a few people listening now who weren't listening then. I'll repeat that in a minute. Coughlin in bowls, and Barnard's taken on the pad by one that looks to me as though it was slanting down the leg side. The umpire agrees. It wasn't a very confident appeal, and there's no run. But just going to say about the pitch that you know, we've been sitting up here for 3 days saying it's flat and benign and so on. One thing is true, is that the contest between bat and ball does appear to have been tilted in the favour of the batsman. But speaking to one or two of the Worcestershire camp last night, they think that it's perhaps a bit more in the pitch than we've been leading you to believe. As Coughlin bowls down the leg side to Barnard, and that runs away for 4 byes, evading the diving Eckersley. So 4 more runs for Worcestershire as they chip away, try to get down past the follow-on target. End of the over, 441 for 6.
I was just talking to the scorers earlier about the extras so far in this game, and particularly the no balls. 60 extras now. And 26 of those have come from no balls. And then of course there's all the extra deliveries that have to be bowled.
A lot of overs though, isn't it? 135.
Yeah.
So it's kind of an inflated figure.
Apparently it's the 4th highest or something for Durham at the minute.
Okay.
Will that be under miscellaneous records? It won't, will it? Be team records, perhaps? Most extras in a match by Durham, as this one's gone off down towards fine leg. Was there no shot off it there? Is he going to signal a dead ball?
Leg byes, I think.
Leg byes. 4 more. Most extras in a match by Durham. 100 against Surrey at Stockton in 1996. No, it's not quite up there yet then. It's there's a few on this list. It's on the list though. It's 60. 60's where it starts, so see how far it climbs up the before it climbs up. There isn't an extras section on the scoreboard, is there? 445 for 6. Rain in. Played away by Roderick to Salisbury at mid on, no run there. So the scoreboard at the minute then, extras is now 68, so it's climbing up the list. So keep that page open. They did once give away 68 extras against Worcestershire in New Road in 2007. Rain in. This is played off towards mid-wicket. Dot ball. Rain from the Finkel end, bowls, defended by Roderick. As I mentioned last night, I was surprised because they gave free tickets away for the test match yesterday, which excellent decision by those at Trent Bridge to do that, but there were lots of empty seats and I thought they couldn't all be in the bar. Where are they all? So it would appear quite a lot of people ordered tickets online and then didn't go. And one or two people suggesting, well, maybe they got the tickets and then found they couldn't get the day off work or school, depending. But they couldn't have all been in the bars either because there were long strips of seats. But then there's some suggestions that it was restricted, as this is defended by Roderick, goes short on the leg side. So some suggestions that they actually restricted how many tickets they were giving out, and then it was a quote sellout because of the available seats that were snapped up had been taken. But there's a few people suggesting varying reasons why. Dan says it was never going to be full all day, as there will always be a small proportion of people who get a number of tickets just in case and then don't turn up or only come for an hour or so. Rain again, bowls into the keeper's gloves it goes. That is the end of the over. The deficit's 197. Jason says, was it really a small number of people who failed to show? It looked like several thousand to me. He says, kudos to Trent Bridge, but he believes their generosity was abused by some, and that's a shame.
Well, it's a shame if there were people not able to get in who wanted to be there, but I suppose that's the unknown, isn't it, really? I've had an interesting tweet from Mike. He says, good morning. Speaking about the news that Warwickshire have made approaches for Moeen Ali and Ed Barnard, he says, what do you think of Ali and Barnard looking likely to leave? Again, a bigger county go and pluck players from the supposedly smaller counties. There should be compensation. I agree. I've replied. Then it's a very short, straightforward answer. Coghlan bowls, pushed out by Barnard, and my reply is, I think we need some sort of transfer fee system. I've been saying it for years, and I have, and I'll underline that. Don't want to get too political, but we talk about the so-called smaller counties. We talk about counties under financial pressure, and if you lose your best players to the big counties because they can pay them more. Coghlan comes in again, bowls. Barnard tucking this one off his pads. He's going to get 2 this time because fielder out there on the leg side boundary, who's Jones, I think, has to run quite a long way round to his right. If you take the best players away, and then the impecunious county has then got to go back to its academy and start trying to produce more players, and then those players come through and they invest time and effort and everything else in them, and then they get taken away. There needs to be some sort of financial compensation. Well,
this is what Ian Botham said a few years ago.
As Coghlan is in again, Barnard digs out a fuller ball and it goes out on the offside. And
It
then
was-
you can be like a selling club, like
Yeah.
they say in football, and at least you've got some money to invest in, and maybe you can attract players that are surplus to requirements at other counties. But the idea that you just keep producing players, and then when they're out of contract, they get taken by a bigger county because they're paying them more, and you get nothing at the end of it. It's nonsensical.
Well, it was Paul Coughlin's move to Notts which angered Ian Botham a few years ago.
Yeah, well, he's back now,
Yeah.
and he
Oh.
bowls a good delivery here to Barnard. Most of the ones he's banged in short, Barnard's evaded quite easily, but that one didn't quite get up as much, and it's kind of in front of the grill, and he just gloved it down on the leg side. So good aggressive bowling from Coughlin. 447 for 6.
I think there was a theory when Ian Botham made his comments a few years ago that cricket had sort of become a bit like football in that agents were trying to move players
Definitely.
around.
Yeah, Coughlin in again, bowls, and Barnard gets one that keeps a little bit lower, pushes out on the offside for a single as Ravindra fields at short extra cover. Barnard goes to 124, and he'll keep the bowling. No, he won't. There's one ball left in the over. Roderick has 7, and Worcestershire so far, they've added 16 runs to their overnight score without too many alarms. Probably the biggest alarm was a near run out when they had a bit of a mix-up between the two of them. But other than that, fairly settled in the bright Chesterler Street sunshine. Here's Coughlin again in bowls, and is taken on the pad here, Roderick, as he looks to turn it on the leg side and it runs away. They think about a leg by Eckersley behind the stump, scampers across to his left to do the fielding. 447 for 6. Preparing for the long journey home, Marty. Filled my car up this morning on the way to the ground, and well, I had to have a little sit down afterwards. Couldn't quite believe. I think it was 198 a litre or something like that. Extraordinary. I mean, how long can it go on, really? Drove up here at 60 miles an hour on Saturday in an attempt to cut down on fuel consumption. It's quite effective as well, but difficult to do that when you're tired at the end of a day and you just want to get home, isn't it? Have to be very, very disciplined to drive home tonight like that.
Well, I used to fill my car up. It used to take £73 before all this began, and when I filled it up the last time, it was something like 107 quid. So
Mind you, that roller is
yeah, it's a bit thirsty.
a bit thirsty.
It's all the refrigeration units I got in there, you know, and the kitchen.
Difficult to park as well, those limos.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I went for the bigger roller, because you can just bash the other cars out the road. So.
No, it was seriously though. God, it was a bit of a shock. It was just under half. I put 50 quid in, and it wasn't even full.
No.
Ben Rain, look at this field now. He's being imaginative, Scott Borthwick. He's got a slip in and 2 catches, silly mid on and short forward square, should we call it? Not quite short mid wicket.
Plus a mid on and a mid off. As he comes in the ball to Barnard, he defends. It's gone to silly mid off to Coughlin. What a beautiful day this is. This is the sort of day where I'd like to be outside. Not too hot, just pleasant.
Outside commentating.
Yeah, I remember we did a game at Southport in 2016, and we had to commentate on the steps of a little tennis pavilion. There was no shelter at all, and it was absolutely melting hot that week. Most of the people who were there had found shelter on the far side of the ground under some big trees. In comes Rain, and that's cut down towards the 3rd man boundary for 2 by Barnard. And Arundel, that big tree in the centre at Arundel, there's quite a lot of people who can get in the shade under there. It's nice and cool under there. 450 runs for Worcestershire.
I played at Southport once in a national final for Worcestershire Cricket Association, which is what they used to call the sort of board team, and we played Yorkshire. And we travelled up the night before and stayed in a big old hotel. I think it was called the Prince of Wales on the front at Southport.
Yeah.
And we played, and there was a bit of rain. It was a bit damp, and we lost the toss.
In comes the bowler.
Shot.
Oh, driven back past him, and Ravindra comes around to cut it off from mid-off, 1 run.
We lost the toss and I was opening, I was number 1, and we went out to bat and there was a wet patch quite near a length. It was just in my mind, in my head really, but couldn't get it out of my head. And the opening bowler for Yorkshire in this game was a chap called Mick Cartwright. He was a good friend of mine from university days. We played together at university. He might even be listening, and consequently, obviously, there was a great deal of rivalry between the two of us. And he got me out for naught in the first over, caught in the gully. Off this, kind of came off this patch, and I was horrified, and he was delighted. We've had a good laugh about it since, but that's my memory of Southport. I've never commentated there.
Well, we were lucky. Well, I had the foresight to look at the weather ahead of going down as rain bowls. That's gone into the keeper's gloves. Tight line there, playing a miss from the batsman Roderick. So I took some thin, long-sleeved shirts because I thought I'm going to need protecting from the sun, and sure enough it did. But it was so hot, like iPads were overheating and turning off, and there was just no. We had to get some boxes from the from what had been the program boxes or the team sheet boxes, and we got them to try and cover over the laptops and the computer equipment and things, because it just got so hot there. And then one day the flying ants invaded us as well. There's rain balls. This is pushed towards the cover area. It's a dot ball. I was commentating, and I just in the corner of my eye became aware that the path next to me was moving. And when I looked, all these ants started coming out of the crack in the pavement.
One day when they get their wings.
And more and more came out. So somebody who worked at the ground boiled a kettle and poured boiling water in this crack in the ground, and then just thousands of these ants came out of this crack in the ground, and they just filled the air. Yeah, it is. It's one day, isn't it?
One day. I remember keeping wicket one day, and they were all over the stumps.
Yeah. Last ball of this 138th over, defended on off stump. It runs up to Ravindra at mid-off. It's a dot ball. That is the end of the over. 451 for 6. The deficit is 191. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC Hereford and Worcester. If you want to email, it's weircricket@yahoo.co.uk, or you can tweet at MartyCricket or at FrankWatson58.
Interesting that message that you got from somebody who said he was here and he lost the will to live. I think it's, you know, there have always been games like this, and there are always going to be games like this. There are suggestions that at certain times of the year it's more likely, and if the these balls this year maybe haven't been quite as good as
I think the
they have
saliva
been in
plays
previous
a part
years.
as well,
The
the
saliva
saliva
thing. Some people think the seams are definitely different. I know Ash Thorpe, who's with us, thinks that the seams are definitely different.
The manufacturer says they're not.
It's and there's a mental aspect to it as well, isn't there? I think I've still really enjoyed the 4 days. I've enjoyed watching this kind of county cricket, although it's attritional. You're watching players develop, watching young players develop their mental strengths or weaknesses. I've seen an international player that I've never seen before, who I was saying to Ash yesterday, Marty, when you weren't here, you know, I wonder if Ravindra might be one of those that in 15 years' time, when he's an all-time great, we'll say, oh, you know what, I remember the first time I ever saw him.
Yeah.
You do have experiences like that, but it's been tough for the players.
Yeah.
I said the other day, you know, if people, I'm sure a lot of kids think county cricket's glamorous and they queue up for autographs and, you know, you get free kit and all that kind of thing, but fielding for 150 overs in these sort of conditions isn't anywhere near glamorous. It's hard work. It's hard work for these guys.
Got the leg gully in again here.
Yeah, he's trying round the wicket, leg gully and a short leg as he bowls, but that's very wide down the leg side. Poor old Eckersley diving away to his left, can't get a glove on it. It's 4 more byes.
72 now, is it?
Yeah, and I think it is beating a record, because John Curtis, as ever, listening and helping us, sent me a message who said 68 extras at New Road 2007.
78 against Worcestershire at Feetham's in 1995 in Darlington.
Not the most exciting stat, but you might need stats to keep you going today.
80
is what he
against
says.
Worcestershire here in 1997.
80? Yeah, goodness. It is a lot. Poor old Eckersley, I feel for him, because it was down the leg side and it died as well. It bounced 2 or 3 times. Coughlin again bowls, and this one again angled in at the body of Barnard, and he lifts his hands clear, and I think it takes him on the ribs or maybe on the glove, just dropped down on the leg side.
If you look up there, Frank, we've got this beautiful blue skies. Now, normally when we see planes passing here, they're either heading to Newcastle Airport or they're coming from the east across to the west, and they're the transatlantic flights. And there's a plane there that's just done a right-hand turn out over the North Sea, which you don't normally see. And I thought, why is that happening? Where's that going?
Coughlin again in, bowls. Barnard drops this down on the leg side, fielded it short leg, no run.
So you can see the vapour trail for miles, and it's hung a right-hand turn because it's actually a Ryanair flight going from Manchester to Gothenburg. So he's got over Sunderland, and now he's
you've tracked it on your app, have you?
Yeah, he's giving it a right-hand turn. Don't normally see flight patterns in that direction unless they're military aircraft out in Tees Bay or across the North York Moors.
Here's Coughlin again from the Lumley end, bowls, bouncer down the leg side. Barnard ignores it, taken this time by Eckersley. 4.55 for 6. I wonder if that's a busy route, Manchester to Gothenburg. I can't really imagine that it is. I often think that, you know, when I go
it's
to the
Ryanair.
airport.
I wonder how close to Gothenburg it lands. Does it land in the same country as where Gothenburg is?
I often go to the airport and look at the flights, and well, I don't often go to the airport, but when I do, I look at the flights and I think, how much demand there is for that particular route. Coughlin again bowls short to Barnard, plays it down on the onside. So Coughlin's approach at the moment is round the wicket to Barnard. He's got a short leg about 7 or 8 yards away from the bat in front of square, and he's got a leg slip, leg gully, quite close actually. That's Travaskis, and he's coming round the wicket, angling the ball into Barnard and hoping that he can nudge one away there on the leg side. In fact, he does that here, but it drops short of Travaskis. It's the sort of thing we've seen, saw Stuart Broad do for a long, long time at Trent Bridge early this year against Barnard. But on this pitch, it's got to be something special to force that kind of mistake from the batsman. 4.55 for 6. Worcestershire replied to Durham's 642 for 7, and they're 37 short of saving the follow-on. Coughlin now 30 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 83. Rain 32 overs, 10 maidens, 4 for 69 is going to continue from the Finkel end. And it's nearly update time already. Crept up on us.
Yeah, so the highest against Worcestershire in terms of extras was 80 at Chester Street in 1997 as Rain comes in and bowls. It's left alone outside the off stump. There was one wag. A few weeks ago, I think there was a French air traffic controller strike or something like that, and somebody tweeted that so-and-so airline says it won't affect their flights to Spain because they go via Buenos Aires and land in Guatemala or something like that. In comes Rain. This is defended. No run there as Roderick goes for a little walk. He's faced 50 balls for his 7 runs. He's basically out there to block. Tom's tweeted as Rain comes into bowl. This is turned out through mid-wicket and a diving stop by. Who's that there? Michael Jones dived on the ball and sort of did a bit of a somersault, and it shot up in the air again, but he managed to retrieve it. There's a black butterfly hovering around outside our window. Yeah, Tom says, Durham, more buys than the grand old Duke of York's leaving do. There's at least 10,000 there, wasn't it? 455 for 6. The trailing column says 187. That's another dot ball. Here he comes, bowls. Defended once again. So we've got that short leg in place there. It's Bushnell under the helmet. And in a very advanced position on the leg side at a silly mid-on is Paul Coghlan. So both on the sniff for an edge or a leading edge or a catching chance. Borthwick the only man in the slips at the moment. The keeper's standing up to the stumps. Beddingham. Oh, it's not, it's Graham Clark. Beddingham went off yesterday, didn't he? Hurt his shoulder. Haven't heard anything about that actually. Graham Clark is the 12th man at point as Rain comes in and bowls. That's a leave. And that is the end of the over. 455 for 6. It was a maiden. You're listening to BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Jamie in full voice today, trying to spur the team on. Round the wicket comes Coghlan. It's another one down the leg side. At least the keeper takes this one. Got a leg gully in place for Barnard. That's Liam Travaskis. Eckersley standing about 20 yards back. Borthwick's at first slip. In fact, he's not. He's way wide. He's gone to gully, in fact. Coghlan in. Ow! That was fended away towards Travaskis. It was in the air momentarily. Didn't quite carry to him. Went slightly wide of him. Rain down at fine leg mops up 1 run. Plan nearly came off there. As they used to say on the A-team, I love it when a plan comes together. .456 for 6. Worcestershire trailing by 186. This is played by Roderick down to long leg for 1 run. Rain picks it up. Throw comes back to a leg gully, Liam Travaskis. Coghlan in, bowls, and he rocks out the road of that one, Barnard.
I have news.
What?
Wait for this. This is sensational stuff. Andy Nicholas, been very helpful. Knows his stuff about this kind of thing, I think, Andy. He's a sheepdog trainer, countryman, and he says it's actually a myth that flying ants appear on only one day. I'll expand a little after this delivery.
Coghlan in, it's another short one. Barnard just goes down on his knees and watches that one go by.
And he says, according to the Royal Society of Biology, one of the primary findings from their survey was that there is certainly not only one flying ant day. The frequency in which the flying ants appears changes yearly. So thanks for that, Andy. That's excellent.
Is that what's
stuff.
on Twitter, is it?
Yes, he's a regular listener, Andy, and that's very useful information. A myth exploded.
Coghlan in. Oh, caught and bowled. Caught and bowled. What a brilliant piece of reactionary work from the bowler. And Barnard stares at the bottom of his bat. Now then, he's gone for 128. Crucial wicket, that one. Durham have Worcestershire 185 behind. If they get to 149, then they won't have to follow on. And that was a brilliant piece of work from Coghlan. He just threw himself at that. It's a return ball off the toe of the bat, and Barnard has gone.
Yeah, the round the wicket policy paying off. Banged it in short, angled into Barnard, and he just didn't quite get his feet in the right position, didn't quite get into a comfortable body position to play that as it came up at him, and he just lobbed the ball back. And then as he watched it go back, he would have been hoping that it was going to just die in front of Coughlin, who'd come round the wicket, was following through obviously towards the right-hander, but he had his wits about him, Coughlin, and dived to take a really good catch. So a big wicket, that partnership worth 52 for the 7th wicket, but it just opens the door a little bit, as Scott Borthwick was saying to you in his interview, Marty. If we can get early wickets, it would just possibly give us a chance. And we've got an inexperienced young man coming to the wicket now, Josh Baker. He's capable with the bat, got a first class 50 actually at Lord's last year against Middlesex, but it's quite a tense situation for him to be coming in. He won't be on strike because it was the last ball of the over, but he won't have faced many of those if Coughlin continues with that approach round the wicket. That'll be fairly new to Baker, and it's going to be quite a test for him. So 457 for 7, and
what's the deficit? 185.
Worcestershire, the deficit's still 185.
Tell you what though, they added 52 there.
Yeah, they did. That
sort of crept on us, didn't it?
Yeah, well, it was they added quite a few last night. It's just all about that follow-on now for me. And even then, if they follow on, you would think that they'll be capable of batting for the rest of the day. But you know, it's just injected a little bit of anxiety, I would say, and a little bit of hope for the home side. Ben Rain to start a new over. Gareth Roderick just taking a little bit of time out of it, taking his time, having a little prod at the pitch, settling himself down now. Silly mid-on is still in. There are 2 slips as Rain moves away from us and bowls, and Roderick is in behind that, solidly pushing out on the offside. A lot depends, I think, on Gareth Roderick now, and it's quite a moment for him as well. Waited a long time for a chance in the side this year. Struggled with the bat, having moved up from Gloucestershire last year. Worked really hard on his game by all accounts. Excuse me. Over the winter, sorting his feet out. I think particularly his footwork was a little bit disorganised, shall we say, last year, but he's been much more solid this time from what I've seen. Waits now, moves in. Rain and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Roderick. 457 for 7. Baker yet to face a ball. The one man out today, Barnard, caught and bowled by Coughlin for 128, and Barnard hit 13 fours and faced 253 deliveries. And one of those fours this morning through the covers, probably as good as anything he hit in the entire innings. Rain in again. Bowls, and Roderick gets a run, just turning this on the onside, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Salisbury, and the score moves on to 458 for 7. So what, 35 more needed now to avoid the follow-on for Worcestershire. Deficit is 184, so it's quite a tense little period now. Rain preparing to bowl to Baker, young left arm spinner, tall, about 6'4", I think, 19 years old, right hander, and he plays very solidly forward to this ball from Rain and pushes it up to mid off. The thing about Josh Baker, in age group cricket, was a perfectly capable batsman who batted, you know, fairly high in the order, I think, in club cricket, in youth cricket and so on, but coming into the side last year quite suddenly and staying in really in all forms until he missed a couple of T20s last week. He played every single game of any cricket whatsoever since he'd come into the side, and he waits now as Rain comes into him, and he steers this one down behind square on the offside. and picks up 2. Comes back well. Good running from Baker. He's off the mark. He goes to 2, 460 for 7. But in being promoted so suddenly, I think he's missed out on quite a bit of his cricket education, if you like, and played much second team cricket, etc. And in terms of developing his batting, because he's come into senior cricket and he's at, number 8 or 9. I say he did get a 50 at Lords last year, but because of that, I think there's kind of a gap. His bowling was obviously considered good enough, and he was ready for first class cricket. Rain bowls, and he's beaten by this one outside the off stump. But he's missed out on probably playing quite a few innings in various forms of cricket, which would have developed his batting. So there's a slight kind of unevenness, shall we say, in his experience in the last 12 months or so, and I think he's come in at number 9 because he's the better of the remaining batsmen. But I don't think we should expect too much, is what I'm really trying to say. Roderick on 9, Baker on 2, 460 for 7. And Coughlin again.
Here he comes round the wicket, and that's left alone by Roderick.
Suggestion from one of our listeners that 8 points for a draw has not been a good thing. Might just expand on that in the course of the over.
In comes, Coughlin, that's fended off towards leg gully, but along the floor, possibly off the arm guard there.
Yeah, so if this game's drawn, Worcester should come out of it with 13 points and Durham 14. And that's quite a good points haul from a drawn game. I just wonder whether other listeners have an opinion on that. They could get in touch and let us know whether 8 points is too many for a draw, and we should be encouraging teams to go for the win more vigorously. Good shot from Roderick this time. Short one, pulled away down to long leg. Good bit of fielding by Ben Rain. They go through for a single.
Well, wasn't it...
it was the Bob Willis Trophy, wasn't it?
Yeah, Joe Root said teams should be given more points for draws, because sometimes it's you've come back from adversity and showed guts to earn a fighting draw.
But I just wonder whether 8 is possibly too many. I'm not saying that's my view. I'm just wondering whether it's kind of discouraged positive cricket in some circumstances.
In comes Coughlin over the wicket. This time it's a short one and ducked out of by Baker.
That hurried him, didn't he? It took him by surprise a bit. That. You see, that's what I mean. He's not played that much cricket against really quick bowlers, and I'm sure as his career goes on he'll become much more adept at avoiding that sort of delivery. But that was a pretty quick one. He had to just sort of jump out of the way, didn't he? He's a big lad.
Coughlin again. It's a Yorker length ball dug out by the batsman and played up to the cover area. There's been more than 1,100 runs in this game now, and we're still in the first innings. We'll have an update on David Beddingham a little bit later, I think, because I noticed earlier that Graham Clark is still on the field as a 12th man. Beddingham injured himself trying to stop a fall last night and hurt his shoulder and went off. Durham can't really afford any more injuries. They're already thin on the ground numbers wise.
Round the wicket again.
Baker on strike, fended down into the ground and back to the bowler by the batsman. And that is the end of that over. 143 overs now have been bowled. Where are we on the extras column? Let's have a look at that again. 72 still at the minute.
It's a lot of extras, isn't it? It's a lot of extras.
24 byes, 22 leg byes, 26 no balls. 24 byes, that's a lot of byes, isn't it?
Hardistville Yearnier a few years ago, Derbyshire bowled Durham out for 100, and then Durham fought back. It's the only time they've won, having been bowled out for less than 100, and he gave away so many extras, wides and daft bouncers going for 4 and things like this, and I think they ended up about 86 extras to the good.
Ben Rain starts a new over, bowling to Gareth Roderick, tucked neatly off his pads by Roderick, first ball of the over for a single. That will not bother Durham at all, because they'd much rather bowl at Baker, which is why they've got 2 men out on the leg side, although they're staying out. I wonder if Rain might bring one of them in now, or whether he's... Yes, he is bringing one in, I thought he would. So I think it's Jones coming in, or is it Salisbury? That's Jones. Salisbury's at mid-on, coming into mid-wicket. 2 slips. The catcher on the leg side has gone to a more conventional short mid-wicket position. We've got mid-on, conventional mid-wicket, and a deep backward square on the onside. 3 men saving, 1 on the offside as Rain comes in to bowl to Baker, and he lets that go outside the off stump, leans forward into a sort of forward press, and then keeps the bat raised and allows it through to the keeper Eckersley. 462 for 7 it remains. Further 31 needed to avoid the follow-on, on which the entire game hangs, in my opinion. Rain in again, the most successful bowler in the game. He's in and he bowls, and he's tucked away for a single to the man at backward square leg by Baker. Baker goes to 3.
Joe Root is returned to the #1 rankings as Test batsman, and England have been fined 40% of their match fee and docked 2 World Test Championship points for a slow over rate at Trent Bridge.
Wow. So you do everything you can to
win,
bring the crowds back, win, play attractive cricket.
Yeah.
And that's your reward. Rain bowls again outside the off stump. Roderick leaves it alone. Did you watch the highlights?
Yeah, I did. I thought it was brilliant.
It was just brutal from Bairstow, wasn't it? Absolutely brutal. And as I said, it did bring back memories of that innings in the T20 at New Road last year. When he's in that mood, I think Bairstow, doesn't matter what colour the ball is, does it?
He had the Johnny eyes.
The Johnny eyes, and that big bat, and just ruthless, just fantastic. They did persevere a bit with the short ball, but it was sensational. Rain again in, bowls to Roderick, short, and Roderick on the back foot, pushing out on the offside. Initially his body language suggested he wanted a run, and Baker responded to that from the non-striker's end and set off quite vigorously, and then Roderick sent him back. It wasn't a mix-up, it was good communication, but it suggests that both of them are thinking they'll pick up any runs they can, as they must, of course. They need 30 more to avoid the follow-on. 463 for 7. And Rain again in, and Roderick gets a fuller ball, which he pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. It's the end of the over from Rain. 35 overs now from the seamer. 4 for 74, his very tidy figures. And Worcestershire 463 for 7. Baker on 3, Roderick on 11. The one man out today, Barnard, caught and bowled by Coughlin for 128.
I thought you have to do an update there. It's only 10 to, isn't it? 10 to 12.
Yeah, 12 o'clock.
30 runs away from if it gets to that position of Durham having to bat again. As you say, even if they were able to force the follow on Durham here, it's nothing to suggest in what we've seen in this game so far that they'd be able to take 10 wickets this afternoon. It's not been that kind of track. 2 men short on the leg side here for Coghlan as he comes in the ball to Baker. He has a little flick it as it goes down the leg side. We've got a leg gully in still in Travaskis. Paul, what's Scott Borthwick doing? Scott Borthwick was in the gully. He's now come across as if he's going to go and act as a second leg gully in there. Or is he asking
just
Rain
asking Rain if he wants another one, I think.
He's gone back to first slip now. Oh, that's a bouncer. That's through to the keeper. Saw that in 3D.
Absolute leg theory now, isn't it, really? You've got silly mid on, forward short leg, and a leg gully, and Borthwick is the sole slip. He's come to about second, wide second, because if he gets a nick, it's going to be angled across from really wide. From
vacant third man's wide open as well, of course.
Yeah.
Round the wicket again, and that was in the air momentarily, but it lands safely on the offside.
Good contest.
Coghlan turns. I think he's coming off a bit of a shorter run up here, actually. He comes in and bowls. And is that out? It is. And it's gone to short mid-wicket. And I think it's Chris Rushworth who's taken the catch. I wasn't sure if it was a bump ball or not. Baker's gone for 3. Well, as the A-team say, I love it when a plan comes together. And off he goes for 3. They've crowded that leg side field and he's found one of the fielders. It was Rushworth who took the catch. Baker's gone for 3.
Yeah, good work by the Durham think tank. And it's 463 for 8, and that follow-on figure is still 30 runs away. Coghlan persevering around the wicket, aiming at the body, managing to get Barnard to lob a catch back to him, and now Baker just pushing a bit too hard at that one.
Coming out now as a Pennington,
and it pops up on the offside. Yeah, it's Pennington. Yeah. So 463 for 8. Pennington has a first-class 50 last year at Chelmsford, first game of the season. By no means a bunny, but difficult circumstances to come to the crease.
144.4 overs.
And Coghlan has now picked up his second wicket, 2 for 86, and both of them have been picked up with his leg theory. Round the wicket, at the batsman's body, 3 men catching on the leg side, one at senior mid on, one at short leg in just in front of square, and one at leg gully, and it's paid off twice.
Talking about the A-team, always amazed me how nobody ever died in that, despite the amount of bullets that used to fly around everywhere.
Didn't the baddies die?
No, they never did. If you ever watch it, no one ever died.
I vaguely remember it, yeah.
Saturday morning TV in the 80s, wasn't it? So then, Gibbon is on strike now, and Durham continue with this leg side field.
Oh, it's Gibbon. Gibbon's come out ahead of Pennington, beg your pardon.
Coghlan comes round and bowls. Well, that's through to the keeper.
Yeah, Gibbon definitely. Not quite as tall as Pennington. Didn't really pay attention. Pennington came up on the scoreboard, didn't he?
It did, yeah. I was just looking on my scorecard as to who might be next, and saw Pennington on the list, and then it looked up and he was on the scoreboard.
So Pennington's been relegated to number 11. Cool. First class 50 as well.
Coghlan in, fended down into the ground, no run. I've lost my...
Good start from Gibbon, ducked the first one well, played that last one pretty well, I thought.
Did you send me that pen there? Is that on your... Yeah.
Testing time for the young man. Wicket maiden for Paul Coghlan, 33 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 86 for him, and Chris Rushworth is being introduced into the attack to replace Ben Rain. So if it was a conversation between Rain and the captain Borthwick about whether he's going to have one or not, one more or not, the answer was no. Rushworth, wearing 22, fresh from taking that catch, comes into the attack. His figures so far: 1 for 89, he got a wicket with the second ball of the innings. That seems a long time ago. Well, it was a long time ago, 145 overs ago, when he got one to scuttle through at ankle height to bowl Taylor Cornell on his debut. Going to be bowling to Gareth Roderick, who's still on 11. He's faced 65 balls, so he's batted for nearly an hour this morning, Roderick, to add just 5 runs to his tally. Rushworth is in to him and he bowls and he pushes out on the offside, no run, and one of those came off the first ball of the day. So it's been a long old vigil for Gareth Roderick. To be fair, he's been mainly at that Lumley end. He hasn't been facing much of the round the wicket assault from Coghlan, which has produced the 2 wickets. But Worcestershire slightly anxious now about the follow-on.
This extras column, by the way, is joint 17th at the minute on a Durham scale.
Oh, quite a long way to go then, really.
The worst's 100.
100 extras?
Yeah. It's Stockton, smallish ground, 1996.
Who was keeping
Surrey.
wicket? In comes Rushworth, bowl to Roderick, who moves in behind that and pushes it defensively back to the bowler.
David Liggettwood.
Well, hope he's not listening. 463 for 8. Bright sunshine, 2 slips, the only close catches. There's a man kind of close-ish at mid-wicket, just on the old wicket ends on a strip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across from this one. Rushworth moves away from us again now. Bowls to Roderick. Repeat of the previous delivery. Just gets in behind it, nudges down on the offside. So 2 wickets this morning. Barnard out for 128. Caught and bowled by an athletic Paul Coghlan, and Baker caught at silly mid-on, really, by Chris Rushworth for 3. Here's Rushworth, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Roderick, and that's the most authoritative shot that he's played today, probably, as he clips one off middle and leg out through mid-wicket for a couple. Nicely played, and he goes on to 13. It's 465 for 8, and the deficit 177. Change in the field from Borthwick. First slip, Travaskis going to Gully for Gibbon. Rushworth bowls, Gibbon is forward, pushes out on the offside. They take a quick single, had to hurry as Travaskis ran from Gully to field, shied at the stumps. I think Roderick would have been home. Sorry, Gibbon would have been home. Roderick goes to 14, and Gibbon is now on strike. First time he'll have faced Rushworth, just taking guard from the umpire. Roderick 14, 466 for 8 now, and 1 ball left in the over, which I'll describe before shooting off for my next update. Rushworth is in. Bowls to Gibbon, pushes out on the onside. That's the end of the over. Gibbon yet to get off the mark.
It is nearly midday, so Frank's off to do an update for Hereford and Worcester, and I'll be doing one for Radio Newcastle in about 4 minutes or so. Remember, on Friday, England start their one-day series in the Netherlands. Be able to follow that on the BBC. Bryden Carse from Durham in that squad. Neil Killeen, the Durham assistant coach, has gone over to be the fast bowling coach on that trip. 3 matches they're playing against the Netherlands in Amstelveen. Not been to Amstelveen, but been to Amsterdam 2 or 3 times. Beautiful city if you avoid the dodgy bits, and but rather an expensive place to go these days. Coghlan continues here from the Lumley end. That's played by Roderick to Rush with a long leg. No run there. Last time we were there with the kids about 3 years ago, we got the ferry across the bay from the back of the Central Station in Amsterdam, and there's an island on the other side of the bay with some bars and a theatre and a cinema and a lovely hotel. Very busy seaway there as well. Coghlan in. This is flicked off the legs and away down between the keeper and leg gully for 4 off the bat of Roderick, and that takes them down to 172 with regards to the deficit. In comes the bowler. That's fended down into the ground by Roderick. He's got 18, 470 for 8. This one's turned short on the leg side.
Both falling to the bowling of Coghlan, who's bowling round the wicket and sort of targeting the batsman's body, managed to induce a return catch from Ed Barnard, which he took athletically, gone on out for an excellent 128, and then shortly after that Josh Baker.
Just had a message to say, David Beddingham injured his right shoulder feeling yesterday and is going for a scan today to assess the damage, so might be that there's a question mark over him for the resumption of the T20 later in this week. Durham hosting Yorkshire here on Friday night and Leicestershire on Sunday. Coghlan in, balls. Roderick pulls a shortish ball to long leg. And it's misfielded by Rushworth. He collects it at the second attempt. 1 run. So that means that Gibbon has a ball to face at the end of this over. The New Zealand all-rounder Michael Bracewell's tested positive for COVID, so he's going to isolate for a few days before linking up with the squad ahead of the test at Headingley. This is flicked away off the legs. 2-leg gully along the floor. That is the end of the over. Deficit 171. Well, the target for Durham today was to try and stop Worcestershire getting to 493, which would mean they'd avoid the follow-on and Durham would have to bat again. They had 4 wickets to get this morning. They've managed to get 2 of them, both falling to the bowling of Paul Coghlan. He got Ed Barnard with a beautiful diving catch of his own bowling, caught and bowled for 128, and then Josh Baker's just clipped one to Chris Rush with a short mid-wicket on 3. So they're currently 171 behind now. Worcestershire at 471 for 8. We are are in the 148th over of their first innings. There's commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. Rushworth comes in. This is defended by Roderick. He's faced 78 balls now. Has it already gone on? 77 balls for his 19. 140. Start again. 471 for 8. 471 for 8. Rushworth to Roderick from the Finkel end. Played safely away up to mid-off. Somerset now lead Surrey by 163 runs in their second innings at Taunton, but they are 8 down, 365 for 8. That was after they were bowled out in their first innings for just 180. Yorkshire are 131 for 8 in their second innings against Hampshire and Southampton, so they only lead by 149. Rushworth in. Ball played to Salisbury this time at mid-on, no run there. Lancashire are 33 for 2 at Edgbaston. They are chasing a target of 329, so another 296 to go for them. Gloucestershire, 6 down in their second innings at Canterbury, are still 20 runs behind Kent's first innings total of 564. Middlesex lost to Derbyshire yesterday in Chesterfield. Derbyshire chasing their target of 219 for the loss of just 4 wickets. In Cardiff, Sussex have a fractional lead of 29 runs in their second innings against Glamorgan. They're 147 for 5. Notts beat Leicestershire yesterday as well. That one ended by an innings and 9 runs. Leicestershire bowled out for just 99 in their second innings there. Bit of a delay here while a helmet has been brought on for the keeper. He's going to stand up to the stumps here to keep Roderick in his crease. To the bowling of Chris Rushworth. James Franklin, the Durham coach, having a wander around the outfield with a drinks bottle in hand, and first ball is bowled with the keeper standing up. It's played back to the bowler. One of the ships that's in the harbour in the port of Sunderland today, the Franklin. It's one of the vessels that's in and out all the time for this huge wind farm they're building at Dogger Bank. Big drilling rig thing was in the other day as well. .471 for 8, and so far I've had 5 dot balls in this over from Rushworth. He's taken 1 for 92. This is his 22nd over, and it's coming to an end now. Swings one in low towards the leg stump, and it's flicked away to long leg for 1, and Roderick will keep strike, and the deficit is now 170. Scott Borthwick said last night, you've got to believe you can get the wickets. And that was the same thought this morning, and he was with Alan Walker, the bowling coach, and Alan Walker said, yeah, you've got to continue believing. You've got to always believe in cricket.
They certainly will. He'll have got them round in that little huddle before they crossed the rope when they were going out and said, you know, we need to take 5 wickets. That means, well, 4 wickets. That means 4 balls, doesn't it? 4 balls. And they've taken 2 of them, but Coughlin, who got those 2, has actually come out of the attack now, so the leg theory will change, and we'll go back to a more conventional approach from Ben Rain coming on at the Lumley end, although he's still got the man at short mid-wicket, slip in a gully. The slip is at second rather than first, So there's a bit of a gap between Eckersley and Borthwick as the first ball of the over from Rain is left alone by Roderick. 20 to Roderick now. Key man, you would think, if Worcestershire are going to get these 21 runs they require. No reason why they shouldn't. But as I say, it only takes a couple of balls, as we've seen this morning. 2 men out today. Barnard 128 and Baker 3. Rain in again, bowls, and Roderick is covering up, playing very solidly out on the offside. He's played well, hasn't he, so far? Don't want to put the mockers on him, but he's been very measured, very solid in his first championship innings of the season. Former Gloucestershire captain. Picked up 5 catches in the Durham innings as well. Rain in again to him. Balls. And he's forward on the offside. Got a frog in my throat this morning, Marty. I've been having
Pollen's
a little
high.
drink of water. Do
Yeah.
you think it's pollen?
Yeah, well, it is. It's pollen's high at the minute. It's not just the tree pollen, but the grass pollen now starts to come out in June, and the sun doesn't help. So sunny days, the pollen rises into the air from early morning.
It's Rain again then. Halfway through the over. He's in and he bowls, and Roderick turns a full ball on the leg side and doesn't take a single that is on offer, which that tells you something about the Worcestershire approach. He's going to try and farm the bowling as much as he can. I think he might have taken that one off the 4th ball of the over and backed his partner Gibbon to face the last 2, but he didn't. He's backing himself to get one either this ball or the next. I think I'd have taken that one. Puts himself under a little bit of pressure to get one off the next 2 balls. Rain is in, bowls to him, and he won't get one off that one because he pushes it up to mid-on. So now he needs a single off the last ball of the over, or perhaps the mindset is that fancy Gibbon to face Rushworth a little bit more than Rain. Rain has been pick of the Durham bowlers, I think it's fair to say, even allowing for Coughlin's 2 wickets this morning. Rain 4 for 74 and he's in his 36th over. That's tidy stuff in anybody's book. Comes in there to Roderick, who walks across his stumps and quite deliberately did that, looking obviously to try and work that away behind square on the leg side, but he didn't manage to do so. The line of it wasn't sufficiently leg side for him to do that, and he ended up just pushing out on the onside. So they don't get a run. He loses a strike. Gibbon is on strike, and it's 472 for 8 at the end of a maiden over from Ben Rain, whose figures continue to look very impressive. 36 overs, 12 maidens, 4 for 74.
18 people in the castle stand today. It's the last day, but we had 24, then 28, then 34, I think it was yesterday. Rushworth bowls. Oh, playing a miss. It's gone through to the keeper. Gibbon shoving his back towards the ball there. It's gone up to 21 degrees according to my machine now.
I know nothing about Ben Gibbon's batting, I have to say. Can't really bring any enlightenment to anybody.
He's had 14 runs so far. This is defended in well, this is his 3rd first-class game, so 14 runs. Came through the Lancashire Academy.
But in terms of his county club cricket and so on, and minor counties, I don't know much about his batting. Looks calm enough.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's gone off to point, no run there.
going to see if I can find out. I've got a contact in Lancashire Academy.
You have to be quick with your fingers then.
You never know, do you?
Well, this is his 8th ball that he's facing as Rushworth bowls. It's defended out towards the covers. Loz has tweeted the BBC cricket feed as Rushworth bowls. Gibbon tries to flick one off the legs there. Bat and pad, short on the leg side. I presume she's a teacher. She says, today a child at work who knows I like cricket ran over to me and showed me how he'd seen the best match yesterday. It's got ever in it, but and the biggest hit. He's 4 years old, and then he told all his friends what a day for cricket. Indeed. Last ball of the over. It's been a maiden so far. Rushworth to Gibbon. It's down to fine leg and it's away for 4. Is that off the bat or is it going to be leg byes? Leg byes signalled. Deficit drops to 166. $17 more, isn't it? I think. Is that right?
Right. I've sent a request for information. I said be quick in case he's out. What do we know about Ben Gibbon's batting? Charlie Morrison, Brett D'Oliveira walking round the boundary, pursuing Alan Richardson and Kadir Ali. When they all start pacing round, you can tell they're nervous, can't you? 476 for 8 as Rain comes in from the Lumley end and bowls outside the off stump to Roderick, who leaves that alone.
You might get your reply later today. You could still be batting at tea time. What a marvellous...
what a second time around.
What a marvellous performance this has been.
Yeah. 476 for 8, then 2 men out today. Barnard 128, Baker 3. Worcestershire need another 17 to avoid the follow-on. Ben Rain bowling to Gareth Roderick. He's in, he bowls, and Roderick gets a run. Now, he turned one down on the 4th ball in the previous over, and he's taken one off the 2nd ball in this over. Can't see the logic. Maybe having watched Gibbon play the previous over, he thinks, I trust him now, having seen that. But it was an odd bit of thinking. But he goes to 21, does Roderick, and it's 477 for 8. Bright sunshine here at Chester Street. Bit of fluffy cumulus cloud, but not much. Weather set fair, and a beautiful vista as we look out from our position high behind the wicketkeeper. As Rain is in again, and Gibbon gets in behind that one and plays it solidly enough out on the offside. And there's no addition. So 16 needed now to avoid the follow-on for Worcestershire. $477 for 8. Probably the smallest crowd of the 3 days, I would say, Marty, would you?
Yeah.
Not just in the Castle stand, but generally around the ground. In comes Rain. Gibbon pushes up to mid-on.
People finding other things to do today.
Yeah, and it's a big ground as well, so I always think you put these people into New Road or Taunton or somewhere, look a bit more, but they're spread around. It's a big stadium, isn't it?
Yeah. Can hold 15,000.
Yeah. Changing the field, 2 men going out, sweeping on either side, so that if Roderick does, well, he's giving him a single, but he's also making sure that if he gets one past the infield, he's not going to get a boundary. Little game within a game as Rain bowls down the leg side. That's taken by Eckersley. I'll tell you one thing. My impression when I come to this ground is that of the test grounds, it's kind of the most laid back, you know, in terms of stewarding and parking and that kind of thing.
Unlike a few I could think of.
Yeah, I mean, it's one or two, aren't there? I mean, it's not usually the stewards are fine, but sometimes just the rules that they have to follow.
Yeah.
As Rain comes in, bowls, and Roderick tucks this one away off his pads, and he could have had a single again off the last ball of the over. Oh, I beg your pardon, it's Gibbon, and he didn't take it. So the man, that's why they were giving him the single as well. Obviously, sorry, stupid of me. End of the over anyway. Roderick's on 21 and he'll be on strike with 16 more needed.
One of our colleagues who's a regular attender to a particular venue was walking through the gate last year when the security guard stopped him and asked who he was. Had his pass on, which allowed him in the ground, and was then asked, "What's your business here today?" And he said, "Well, I'm going to be broadcasting." "Oh, hang on a minute. Nobody's discussed broadcast rights with me," says the security guard on the gate, and refused to let him in until he'd made a phone call to his boss in some office somewhere to see if this was okay. Rush with bowls. This has gone up to mid-on. No run.
John Curtis is in cynical mode this morning. He said the crowd is staying away. I've got more important things to do, like cutting the edge of the lawn or creosoting the fence. I'd rather be here.
You can't creosote anymore, you're not allowed, are you?
Oh, well,
wasn't it banned?
Probably. They call it something else now, don't they?
Yeah. 477 for 8.
Well, it's probably not banned anymore. Now we're not in Europe.
I see people are blaming the EU for the European Court of Human Rights, which was actually set up by Churchill. It was a British idea and has nothing to do with the EU.
Ben Gibbons' highest score in minor counties cricket is 44 in the 10 innings that he's played. And that is from Dave Bradley.
It's at least 2 listeners we've got then.
Dave Bradley, not normally famous for his statistical...
He'll have got it from somebody else.
Well,
no
maybe he'll have got it from Cricket Archive or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm very grateful. Thank you very much.
Who was it against then? He played for Cheshire in the minor
Played
counties.
for Cheshire. Not that many. I mean, obviously only 10 innings, but 44. So, I mean, you've got to be decent to get 44 in minor counties cricket, I would say.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. Turn towards mid-wicket. 1 run for Roderick. The deficit drops to 164. I enjoyed it last year. I went across to watch Lancashire play Cumberland at Sedbergh School with my dad and my daughter, and it was a beautiful day like this. We had a great day out. Really enjoyed it. Gorgeous location that as well, when the weather's nice.
Yeah, beautiful.
In
Absolutely.
the Howgill Fells.
Absolutely beautiful. Hope Dave thinks we're being rude. No, I didn't mean to be rude at all. Just meant that some people are more au fait with statistics than others. I'm not. And anyway, very helpful. Thank you. Rushworth is in.
This is defended. Let's have a look at Ben Gibbon then. See
it was against Wiltshire in
was it?
2021.
Well, there you are. He was quick there, wasn't he, on the old trigger fingers?
Rocket man. 1 ball left in the over. And they'll have been out for as long as Worcestershire were, weren't they? 100, oh, not quite. 155 in overs in the Durham innings.
Rushworth bowls. This has gone off to point. It's a dot ball. End of the over. The deficit 164. The total 4. 7-8 for 8. 77 overs remaining today. -2 for a change of innings, unless it happens at tea or at lunch. The likely scenario is handshakes around about 5-ish.
Brad says he's off to his birthday lunch soon. I think it's his birthday today. I think it was his wedding anniversary this week as well.
Yeah. I got married on my 30th birthday.
A week of celebration in the Bradley household in Malvern.
Happy 60th to Andrew Radd today as well.
Oh,
He's the
happy
Northants
birthday.
commentator.
Happy birthday to Andrew. Happy birthday to Dave. Andrew Radd, whose dad was a very well-known actor on our TVs in the 70s and 80s. Here comes Rain, bowling to Roderick, pushes out on the offside, sadly no longer with us, but a familiar face, one of those. He was a supporting actor in many TV dramas, comedies, things like The Prisoner and The Saint and stuff like that, and can often be seen on Talking Pictures TV these days. Andrew Radd's father. I think he passed away actually on stage in Canada.
Did he?
In comes Rain and bowls outside the off stump to Roderick, who leaves that alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by Ned Eckersley behind the stumps. 478 for 8. Roderick has 22, faced 95 balls now, but he's played really solidly. He's held things together for Worcestershire, and they need a further 15 runs if they're to avoid the follow-on, which I think we all think would be quite a significant event were it to take place, the avoidance of that follow-on in terms of the potential outcomes in this game. Rain is in again and bowls, and Roderick is very solidly forward, pushing up to Coghlan, short mid-wicket. Then Gibbon was Cheshire Player of the Year in 2021. I'm now told it's flooding in this information, but none forthcoming as yet from the Lancashire Academy.
19 degrees outside. It's 22 in Cheltenham at the minute, which seems to be the warmest place in the country at the moment.
Ben Rain into bowl to Roderick, who takes a pace down the pitch in an attempt to disturb the bowler's length, clips the ball away on the leg side, and could have taken 2 had they hustled through there, but settles for 1, leaving Gibbon to face 2 balls in the over. Roderick moves on to 23, 479 for 8. Worcestershire inching towards the follow-on saving target figure. 14 more runs required. Almost update time. Just finished the over from Rain. He comes in now. Balls to Gibbon, who's taken on the pad by a ball that's angled into him. Would have gone down the leg side. Drops down on the leg side, and they take, well, they don't take any runs, but they're 1 ball nearer towards the end of the over. 479 for 8. So what have we seen? We've seen 15 wickets fall in 300 overs. 307 overs, 15 wickets. So maybe our judgment of the pitch being very benign was correct.
I think so.
Worcestershire coaches and
we've seen more than
players saying there's 1 or 2
runs
in there.
as well.
But or you'd have to say they just haven't bowled very well either side.
I think it's been generally hard for teams to get wickets this season anyway.
Yeah.
Can't remember a season like it, to be honest. There was some signs of it a bit at the early start of last year, but quite a lot of draws, weren't there? But
well, we had a couple of very dull games at New Road last year. Anyway, here's Rain. Last ball of the over comes into Gibbon. Bowls, and Gibbon is pushing that solidly up to mid-off. End of the over from Rain. Worcestershire need 14 more to avoid the follow-on. Roderick is 23. Gibbon is still yet to score. He's now faced 18 balls. And that's the end of the over. And I'm off to do an update.
oh yeah, is it 12:30? What avenue have you gone down food-wise today? Toad in the hole. Ooh. See, now it's hard to cut through the Yorkshire pudding with a wooden knives. So I was tempted by toad in the hole, but I've gone down the pie route. Rushworth ball in hand, sunblock across his cheeks and his nose, running away from us. And running into bowl to Roderick, who's on 23 from 97 deliveries. Plays this out to the cover area to Bushnell, no run there. .163 the deficit. Rushworth in again. Roderick on strike. Cuts the ball to point, no run. Lunch is at 1, and tea will be 3:40 today, would have been the last day. In comes the bowler, angles in towards the foot of the stumps, and is played up to Salisbury at mid-on by Roderick. It's a dot ball. He's now faced 100 deliveries for his 23. In comes Rushworth, and Roderick turns this out through mid-wicket for 1 run. Where are we now? Of Durham ball. This is 154th over. Rushworth in. Defended. Goes back to the bowler. Ball you heard there wasn't on the ground, it's in the nets around the corner. Rushworth is only just starting his run up now. He's got 2 short on the leg side, he's got 2 in the slips. It's a bouncer to Gibbon. That is the end of the over. 75 left in the game. Take away 16 for the draw. Final hour later on.
Well, they're inching towards that follow-on figure, aren't they? If you'd have said to me before start of play this morning that they'd still be batting at lunch and they hadn't reached the follow-on, I wouldn't have believed you. But actually, with 25 minutes to go, the rate they're scoring at, it's possible that might be the case. Travaskis is coming into the attack at the Lumley end. 1 slip. Sweeper, 3 saving 1 on the offside, and sweeper on the leg side, mid-on, mid-wicket, and short backward square. 1 slip round the wicket. He comes in and bowls short of the off stump. Roderick smashes it away off the back foot and says, "No, I won't take the single that you're offering me." Jones out on the cover boundary. Fields underarms it back because they're not running. Could have had a single, decided against it. Travaskis again bowls to Roderick, and he's forward pushing this one defensively out on the onside. I suspect he would have taken that single if it had been the 4th ball or later in the over, but just protecting his partner Gibbon at the moment. Travaskis pushes this one through a little bit quicker. Roderick off the back foot pushes out 2 extra cover. He's faced 104 balls now, Roderick, for his 24. And waits again now. Stravaskis is in and bowls to him, and he's forward pushing out on the leg side. Ravindra fielding at mid-wicket. 480 for 8. A still day here at Chester Street. Flags barely moving on the flagpoles. Temperature about 19 degrees. Blue sky predominantly. Stravaskis in again, round the wicket, bowls to Roderick, and he gets in behind this and squeezes out on the offside and takes a quick single. 4th ball of the over, so 2 balls left in the over for Roderick to entrust Gibbon with. Gibbon yet to get off the mark. He's faced 20 deliveries. Change in the field for him. A short leg comes in under the helmet, and the sweeper comes off the leg side boundary. Still got a sweeper on the offside in case Travaskis drops short. They don't want to give away 4 runs. He doesn't. He's bang on with this one. Gibbon just drops it down on the onside. In fact, it was the 5th ball of the over that he took the single. So that's the end of the over. Another one survived, and Worcestershire inching towards the figure they need to save the follow-on. 12 more required. 481 for 8. I'm going to see another change in the bowling. At the Lumley end. It's Jonathan Bushnell, the debutant, is going to be given a go. And why not? Bowled quite tidily. Just 3 overs yesterday. No wicket for 7. Right arm medium pace. Fairly lively. Actually, it's not Bushnell, I beg your pardon. It's Salisbury. In he comes, bowls, and Roderick drives him out on the offside. I thought it was Bushnell. I thought Borthwick was sort of playing a bit of a wild card there, but he's turned to Salisbury.
Bushnell's out in the covers with his pads on. Salisbury
has so far bowled 19 overs unsuccessfully. First bowl today, though. 2 maidens, no wicket for 73 so far.
Here he comes. Floats that one in towards off stump. Played on the bounce. Roderick's now faced 108 balls for his 25. 161 the deficit. Salisbury turns in past the umpire and bowls, and Roderick plays it with a straight bat out into the covers to Bushnell. Dot ball. Unless 2 wickets fall quickly, then the follow-on will be avoided, and the likely outcome of this, even yesterday, it was looking like another draw for Durham. This would be their 5th draw in 8 matches this season. They've only won 1, lost 2. Playing out to the covers again by Roderick. They lost heavily here to Notts early in the season, and then last time out at Middlesex 3 weeks ago. I was reminded this morning by a colleague as he comes into bowl again here, Salisbury, that on this day 10 years ago, the Olympic torch procession was passing through the northeast. So I remember covering it as it came past Radio Newcastle's headquarters. I was outside with a microphone in the pouring rain. And then the following morning it came down through South Shields and Whitburn and Sunderland. And one of my dad's mates, Stephen Betts, actually carried the torch through Whitburn. As, this is bowled, defended, and then turned up at my dad's house with it. I think you could buy the torch off them for about 300 quid or something like that, 250, 300 quid. Maiden over there from Salisbury. Those heady days of 2012.
Salisbury 20 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 73. Travaskis to carry on from the Lumley end. Still need 12. Worcestershire to save the follow-on. And what have we got? 20 minutes before lunch. They might not get it before lunch. You'd never have thought that when play began this morning. 400 came up in the 120th over, and they've scored 80 runs in 35 overs since. Hardly the most entertaining of cricket. Intriguing in some ways, but far cry from what was happening at Trent Bridge yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Travaskis round the wicket. Bowls to Gibbon, who pushes out on the onside.
My timeline reminds me that 7 years ago Durham were at Arundel, cracking week that was. They won against Sussex, and on this particular evening we drove over the South Downs past Goodwood and went for a meal.
Travaskis in again, bowls, and that's turned on the leg side by Gibbon. Groans from Travaskis. Not quite sure why. He obviously thought that he was going to get through the defences of Gibbon, or maybe it went close to the left hand of Bushnell at short leg, but Gibbon is still there and still not off the mark, and he waits now and again pushes defensively out on the offside, and another helmet is brought on, and it's picked up by Coughlin. Ashthorpe saying yesterday he does everything at 100 miles an hour, raced across from slip to meet the 12th man just inside the boundary. So we've got a man at silly point now. Slip, silly point. Short leg in front of square. Travaskis into Gibbon, and he's forward, taken on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW, led by Borthwick, if anything, from silly point, but umpire not interested. Trying to put pressure on the young man here. Well, they are putting pressure on the young man here. Will he stand up to it or not? A little circle gathered around him as Travaskis bowls, and he's forward, and he is caught at silly point by Borthwick, the man who'd just gone in there under the second helmet, and he picks up the catch. Travaskis is successful, and Gibbon has gone without scoring. It sounds like he's not played well, having not scored, but in fact he was out there for 26 balls and has played some sort of role if Worcestershire sneak up to the follow-on figure, but he's gone, and they're 9 down, and now it is really tense. 481 for 9. Durham's hopes rekindled by a bit of imaginative captaincy and a bit of accurate bowling from Liam Travaskis.
How many overs? 156.5. My lord, we've nearly got to the second new ball.
Third new ball.
Sorry,
yeah.
Second new ball, isn't it?
Well, they start with a new ball, and then you get the first one. Yeah, I suppose so. Dylan Pennington coming out.
3.1 overs and the ball didn't get another new ball. 156.5. Wow.
12 runs required. I don't think they'd take another new ball if they were still trying to save this follow-on, because it flies, doesn't it? And it might just get an edge down to third man or something. But it's all about this next 12 runs.
12 runs, isn't it?
Yeah. I still think the game would be a draw, but that tension that we were talking about, that possible tension, might be induced in the Worcestershire batting lineup in the second innings, would be possible if That happened, yeah. Just a perfectly normal delivery, just watching the replay of that. Not sure if it turned a little bit from Travaskis. Gibbon just pushing a little bit too hard at it, I suppose. And Travaskis was almost appealing for a catch as Pennington pushes his first ball out on the offside. I mean, almost appealing for an LBW, I thought, initially, but it popped up out on the offside and the catch was taken. So, end of a wicket maiden for Travaskis. 20 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 41, his figures. And Worcestershire 481 for 9, still needing a further 12 to save the follow-on. And I just wonder whether we might see a different approach from Roderick. But look at the field now. This is what it's like when I bowl.
I was just going to have a look at the bowling figures here. Where's the extras out? Is it still 72?
I say this is
76.
what it's like when I bowl. Everybody's on the boundary apart from 4. Slip, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Everybody else is on the boundary.
This is Salisbury's 21st over, non 473 so far. 3 maidens. Travaskis 2 for 41 from 20 overs, 5 maidens. As this is defended by Roderick. Rushworth has bowled 25 overs, 1 for 95, 4 maidens from him. Rain 4 for 76 from 38 overs, 12 maidens there. Coghlan 2 for 91 from 34 overs, 8 maidens there. Borthwick none for 20 from 8, no maidens. Ravindra none for 28 from 9, no maidens. And Bushnell none for 7 from 3, no maidens. So a bit of work among those bowlers there as Salisbury bowls, and this is guided down towards third man by Roderick. Doesn't take a run. Set off and then changed his mind. So he's obviously not that trusting in Dylan Pennington's batting exploits. Pennington has 336 runs. He does have a half century, 56 against Essex in 2021. One of the players to come through Worcestershire's Satellite Academy in Shropshire. They go a long way to the west. As Salisbury comes in, turned away through mid-wicket. Ravindra fields, no run again. .481 for 9. Jones is a deep mid-wicket as Salisbury comes in and it's defended. I'm not sure Jones is likely to be involved in much at the minute, standing all the way out there. He's back to the castle stand. He's now being brought in towards the edge of the square. Ben Rains down at long leg, just as the boundary tapers round towards the northern corner of the ground, the northeastern corner of the ground. Borthwick is at second slip, got a backward point and a point. In comes the bowler. That's Yorker length ball played away safely. Back to the bowler. Salisbury bowls played. Oh, it was in the air momentarily, just beyond his right hand, his left hand grasp there. It's a maiden. Still, they need 12.
So he could have taken a 1 early on in the over, turned it down, didn't get a chance later. Pennington. Is Pennington better off facing the seamer or the spinner? Probably the question. So he could have taken 1 early in the over, which would have meant that Pennington was exposed to the seamer, but now he's exposed to the spinner Travaskis. bowls to Pennington, who pushes out on the offside. And I've got my response from the Lancashire Academy. He can bat well, Gibbon. He's hit straight enough. Brave, good lower order batsman. So there you are. And he did play quite well, to be honest, even though he didn't get any runs. Travaskis bowls a quicker one to Pennington, who goes on the back foot and drives it. Might be a bit disappointed he didn't get that past the fielder Jones in the covers. No run. 481 for 9 it remains as lunch approaches. Travaskis bowls. Pennington is forward. It pops up on the onside. There's a few shouts, but no actual appeal. Good question. Is lunch delayed with them being 9 down? Or is it set on the last day? Just check with the scorers maybe. As Travaskis bowls an arm ball, which Pennington gets in behind and pushes back up the pitch. 481 for 9. Travaskis in again, bowls, and Pennington is forward, pushing back to the bowler. 1 ball left in the over, could be the 3rd consecutive maiden. Full toss from Travaskis, 4 runs, clipped away by Pennington. Didn't miss out on that. That's a little bonus for him. Travaskis just easing a bit of pressure with the last ball of the over. 485 for 9. Worcestershire need 14 more to avoid the follow-on. Pennington is off the mark. Roderick is 25. So the assessment from the Lancashire Academy, Ben Gibbon, is that he can bat well, plays nice and straight, decent lower order batsman. So there we go. That was from Carl Cricken, actually, the former Derbyshire head coach and wicket keeper, who's now running the academy at Lancashire. His dad kept wicket. Excuse me, his dad kept wicket for Worcestershire once, I think, once or twice in the 60s. Salisbury to continue.
Sun shining here in Chesley Street as he comes into bowl, and this is pushed towards the vacant point area by Roderick, who doesn't take a run. He probably could have got 2 there.
Do we know about lunch yet?
I've just tweeted, I've just messaged, haven't had a response. Salisbury bowls. This one goes up to Rushworth at mid-on. It is a dot ball. Bowlers coming in. That's played out through mid-wicket. 1 run for Roderick. Ravindra comes to field. It's a gorgeous day here still. Sun is shining. We have a bit more in the way of fluffy clouds knocking around. It's not quite the Simpsons opening scenes, but it's not far off.
Shall I go and ask the scorers?
You can do if you want.
Very
I've just
good.
messaged William, so I'm just waiting for his reply. Pennington on strike on 4. 1, 5, 6. The deficit now. They need another 7 runs to avoid the follow-on. As he comes in and bowls. This is out to the covers. Stopped by Coughlin, who does a backward roll as he collects that one. comes the bowler. It's played back along the ground to him. He tries to grab it with his left hand, doesn't quite get there, but it's no run. One ball of the over to go. Pennington on strike. He plays it back to Salisbury. That is the end of the over.
I have news.
Yeah, 15 minutes is it?
We will not be having lunch at 1 o'clock unless the wicket goes down. It'll be until the wicket goes down, or half an hour, I think. So let's hope the toad in the hole doesn't go cold.
Well, that's a problem, isn't it?
End of the over. Cool, that makes it a long session, doesn't it?
Yeah.
486 for 9. Coming up to update time anyway. So, Roderick 26 off 121 balls. Key man if Worcestershire are going to save this follow-on. Seven more runs required. Roderick has the strike. Travaskis is bowling. So we haven't got the close accompaniment for the batsman now. Just the one short leg in front of square and slip. No silly point, which is where Gibbon perished. 486 for 9. Travaskis round the wicket, bowls, quickish, flat delivery. Pushed back to the bowler by Roderick. Man out sweeping on the offside, so if he drops one short and Roderick cuts, there'll be a single there if he wants to take it. But this one is full, and Roderick is forward and pushing back to the bowler again. So a delayed lunch is likely here then at Chester Street. Travaskis bowls, and Roderick plays an inventive little paddle shot down to fine leg for 4. Good shot from Gareth Roderick, and that takes him to 30. Easily his best innings for Worcestershire, I would say, in all sorts of ways, in terms of technique, the way that he's played, and also importance. He goes to 30. 3 more needed now to save the follow-on. 490 for 9. And that was a clever little shot in the circumstances with the field set the way it is. Leg slip's gone in now. Very close. Travaskis bowls and Roderick is forward. Pushing out on the offside. So short leg, forward short leg has gone to a very close leg slip just to prevent Roderick from repeating that shot. 4 gone in the over from Travaskis. I'll finish this over and then go and do my 1 o'clock. A couple of changes in the field. Sweepers coming in, not surprisingly, for the last 2 balls. Whole atmosphere is going to change, isn't it, if they get these runs. Travaskis is in again and he bowls, and short, and Roderick goes back and looks to flat bat it through the covers but picks out the fielder. Borthwick, extra cover. 1 ball left in the over. 490 for 9. Travaskis is in, bowls, and Roderick is looking to work it away on the onside. Taken on the pad, ball runs behind the stumps. Wicketkeeper Eckersley picks the ball up and takes the bails off. All sorts of hands thrown in the air, shouts, everybody's looking at everybody. And the umpire coming in from square leg says, no, he wasn't out. It's the end of the over. Pennington will be on strike. Worcestershire need 3 to save the follow-on. 490 for 9.
Yeah, well, my update's not for another 15 minutes here, so we'll probably still be playing at this rate. There's a bit of a discussion going on here among the players as to whether they're staying on the field or not, and they've just said on the PA the next wicket or half an hour to lunch. So in terms of portion control and food, not ideal. They've taken the new ball as well, so this is the second new ball. 161 overs, 81 with that ball. Salisbury to bowl with it. Comes in and bowls to Pennington, and it's away for 4, and they've avoided the follow-on. So Durham will have to bat again. In comes Salisbury, he's knocked him over, he's appealing for LBW, it was going down the leg side. Pennington on 8 now as Salisbury bowls, and he pushes this one behind point and away towards the third man boundary. Clark's chasing after it, they'll run 3. The draw it is then. And now seemingly an afternoon ahead of us in which very little is at stake. .497.49. In comes Salisbury, and Roderick looks to play at this one, then pulls his bottom hand away at the last moment. And it goes through to the keeper. And, Frank just doing an update on BBC Hereford and Worcester. I'll be talking to Radio Newcastle in about 10 minutes, but he's been complaining of an itchy throat today, and I've just seen a map from the Met Office, or the BBC Weather, saying the pollen levels here today are very high. This is played away, out through the third man area. Clark comes in off the boundary to field, 2 runs. Roderick moves on to 32, 499 for 9. Deficit still 143. And if Durham can get this final wicket, come out and thrash the ball around for half an hour or so and try and put Worcestershire back in and make something of it, but it's not been that kind of match and that kind of track. Salisbury bowls. That's off the pads, he's appealing. Umpire says no. Might have been going down the leg. Yeah, it was angling, it was a bit high as well as it. Roderick had taken a big step forward to it and it looked like it was angling down leg side. Pollen levels very high today, Frank. Well, I took a tablet earlier and I used the nasal spray at this time of the year as well, which helps, but what's happening now? They're having a break here. And the batsman is receiving a drink.
Yes, I apologise to listeners for my the little frog in the throat. I'm struggling a little bit with that today. Whether it is the pollen or not, I don't know. It probably is.
Yeah.
I've been affected by hay fever quite late in life, really.
Yeah,
It never
it's
affected me that much as a younger.
It's funny because when I was younger, I wasn't allergic to cats or dogs, and then in later life, cats particularly. Now dogs are starting to affect me as well. But I've always had problems with hay fever since I was about 7 or 8, and sadly, one of my daughters is the same as me. So she had to have it.
My prediction that the ball might travel quicker,
Yeah,
it was new, was proved right.
First delivery, wasn't it?
I would genuinely have persevered with the old ball. I think maybe even with spin at both ends, but he went with the new ball, hoping he might just get a little nick, and it travelled away to the boundary. Travaskis bowls short to Pennington, who cuts for 4, and once again the new ball from Travaskis dropped short, bounced up a little bit more, being harder, and Pennington didn't miss out on that. Cut it away for 4. Nice shot. 500 is up for Worcestershire, and it's come in 162 overs, 654 minutes. So we've had, what, 1,100 odd runs in this game, as Travaskis bowls and Pennington drives into the covers, Borthwick Fields, for the loss of 16 wickets. Tells you all you need to know. Travaskis in, bowls, Pennington pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. I wonder what Ravindra makes of it all. I wonder what he thinks of county cricket at this stage. Travaskis bowls and Pennington gets an edge, runs out on the offside behind square, fielded by Chris Rushworth.
What have we had? 1,142 runs.
Pennington forward again, pushes out on the offside.
45 now.
So, a delayed lunch here. And in comes Travaskis again. Played defensively by Pennington. No run. End of the over. 5:03 for 9 declared. James Middlebrook's not hungry, is he? The umpire at this end. Because I thought when that appeal in that last over, I thought you've got a real chance now. If you fancy your toad in the hole, you're going to give this out. But
we get what the members are served, but the players often have different.
Anyway, changing the bowling, and odd now, having taken the new ball, Borthwick's going to have spin at both ends. So he's doing things back to front, the Durham captain, but it might well be the right thing to do.
It's got draw written all over it, this now. The only thing I can think is Durham might come out and try and swing the bat this afternoon just to try and create something, but just it's not that type of track. You know, getting wickets has been the issue. Borthwick then leg spin from the Finkel end. Ball's played up to Rushworth. I suppose from Roderick's point of view, he's on 32 from 131 balls. He might be fancying a 50. Borthwick again. That's a full toss, and it's whipped away in towards mid-wicket and stopped by Ravindra, one-handed. That's cracked out through the covers. Clark's out there, cuts it off. 2 runs for Roderick. He moves on to 34. Tries a little paddle around the corner, and it's gone away because Ned Eckersley could see what was happening. He came racing across behind the stumps, down the leg side, and trying to leap in the air to stop the ball going, and it's been fielded down the far end of the ground by, is that Salisbury? Yeah. 2 more runs. Roderick is on 36. This is defended. Ball rolls back to the bowler. In comes the bowler again, and he tries to sweep, and he's missed it. It's gone between the keeper and the slip, and it's away for 4. 4 byes. There's more extras there. So what's that? Is it 80 extras now? Let's have a look.
Yep.
80 extras. Climbing the list. That's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ranked 9th now. In terms of overs bowled, I mean, this has got to be up there as well, hasn't it? 164 overs. Very rare you see another new ball. This is your end.
Yeah, oh, sorry, nicely played by Pennington. This one, sorry.
I'm listening
Dreaming.
Yeah, I'm listening in to see when they're coming to me for this
Full
update.
toss from Travaskis, clipped away by Pennington. Nice dip on it, but he just got it slightly over pitch and Pennington clipped it away. He's looked good, Pennington, hasn't he? Gone to 19 off 20 deliveries. Might be playing himself above Gibbon. 515 for 9. Now, and he's on the back foot and smashes this one away on the offside for a single, fielded by Jones in the covers. Pennington goes to 20, 516 for 9. And we still wait for our lunch. Extra half hour being played, or until the wicket falls. Rushworth dispatched to the square leg boundary as Roderick is forward and pushing this one from Travaskis out on the offside. Just want to reduce the deficit as much as possible now. Worcestershire, I think, as you said, Roderick might be hoping for a 50. He clips this one to mid-wicket. Ravindra the fielder, and there's no run.
Damien's referring to this pitch as a Norwegian blue.
That's driven up to mid-off by
Which was the
Roderick.
Wasn't that the dead parrot sketch?
That was the dead parrot sketch, yeah. I think he's suggesting that it's lifeless.
Yes.
Travaskis bowls, Roderick turns it on the leg side. They think about a single, actually, last ball of the over, but they turn it down. And it's 516 for 9. And we're 15 minutes nearly into our extra little spell. Delayed lunch. Martin will have an update coming shortly.
Yeah, I can hear the output now. I think they'll be coming to me in a moment or two. It is deceased, it is no more.
Yeah, it is an ex-parrot. We're showing our age.
Borthwick bowls. This is played up to Rushworth at mid-on, no run there. Still 126 behind, but they've done what they needed to do today. I think they might be throwing to me now. This is out through the covers for 1 from Pennington. Here we are, update now. We are, and we're all hungry because Worcestershire are 9 wickets down, so it means they've added in an extra half hour before lunch to see if Durham can get this wicket before the break. And what they had to do this morning, Durham, was take 4 wickets before Worcestershire got to within 149 runs of their first innings score, and Worcestershire were 9 down when the second new ball was introduced into the innings in the 162nd over, and eventually Dylan Pennington faced the first ball with the new ball and hit a 4 to drag them past that follow-on target. So unless Durham can come out and throw the bat around, and it's very unlikely on this track, it's rather placid. It's just been described by one listener as a Norwegian blue to suggest it's lifeless, and indeed it looks that way. So yes, it looks like we'll be heading to a draw. Worcestershire, by the way, 517 for 9, are still 125 behind. In comes Borthwick, and that is bowled by him and padded away. As Colin White, just doing the news on Radio Newcastle, said, not the best advert for your commentary, Martin, but I get what you're trying to say. Can't tell it any other way, really, can we? I've missed the pin with a cup.
No, it's. I mean, the bit of tension that was there was
gone.
to do with the follow-on, isn't it? And that's gone. And
Tense,
I
nervous
imagine
headache.
the players themselves will feel a bit flat now.
Yeah.
Travaskis comes in and bowls to Pennington, who drives. Lovely shot. Might have expected a run or two, but it's a good tumbling save at mid-off by Salisbury. Travaskis again bowls, little arm ball, taken nicely by Eckersley down the leg side. He's had a miserable time, hasn't he, Eckersley? He won't be happy looking at 28 byes, goodness.
A lot of them aren't his fault.
They're not, no, absolutely. No, I'm not blaming him. Travaskis bowls and Pennington drives, deflected by Travaskis onto the non-striker Roderick, runs behind the umpire. No run, 5:17 for 9. Slip and short leg still in place as Travaskis comes in and bowls, and Pennington drives again, straight back to the bowler. Just waiting for lunch now, aren't you? It's kind of looking at the clock all the time. 12 minutes to go. Travaskis in, bowls. Pennington goes back, pushes back up the pitch. No run. One ball left in the over. Travaskis, quicker ball, driven nicely by Pennington, but straight to Borthwick. Extra cover, who fields and enthusiastic as ever, threatens to throw the stumps down.
What was that advert where they're in the back of a van? Will it be something fried onion rings? You'll have to wait and see. Hope it's chips, it's chips.
It's chips, it's chips. Yeah, well, it's not chips,
No.
is it? No. There were no chips anywhere on the offerings, were there?
No.
No.
Did you like your meal last night?
I loved it. It was really nice, really nice. Yeah. Went with Marty to the famous Roca Riviera last night. I feel like my cricketing education has been
complete.
enhanced. Yeah.
It was a nice night last night, wasn't it?
Very pleasant.
Pleasant evening. Borthwick round the wicket. That's gone down the leg side. It's signalled as a wide.
I tell you what was enhanced, Marty, as well as my knowledge of the industrial heritage of the Sunderland coastline as well, having been along there. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Borthwick bowls again. This has gone off towards backward point, no run. Stopped by Bushnell. There was
in all seriousness, I think a lot of people think of the coastline around Sunderland, Newcastle, as well, you know, on this part of the world as being ugly, but far from it.
Borthwick bowls. This is a dot ball out towards mid-wicket to Ravindra. Brian Halford from Warwickshire's put a picture of food on.
Has he?
Twitter.
Has he? Just to annoy us.
Looks like a veritable feast, that. Borthwick once again bowls. This is defended. There's a documentary series on YouTube if you look for it. It's well worth a watch. It was filmed by Channel 4, I think it was, sort of late 80s, early 90s, and they kept returning to the same families in the Sunderland area year after year after year to see how things were changing. And this is turned away by Roderick to mid-wicket for 1. He moves on to 37. 519 for 9 now, the deficit 123. And what they actually did was they accidentally basically filmed the end of the shipyard era and the pits, and how the city transformed. This is out through deep mid-wicket as well, but the marina down where we live, they unveiled plans for it in one episode of this documentary, and the narrator basically treats it as a total white elephant. That'll never happen, which was quite funny to see all these years later. As Borthwick bowls, this is defended, and that is the end of the over. So as things stand, we've got another 11 minutes before lunch, but it was called Sunderland, the Jewel in the Cap, and well worth a watch. I think it was a 4-parter.
End of the over. 5:20 for 9, as Marty says, 10 minutes more before either lunch is taken, or, well, 10 minutes till lunch unless the wicket falls, that's what I should say. It's a clearer indication. Andy's just texted me or messaged me about the number of no balls as Travaskis bowls to Pennington, and he says there's been 26 no balls in this innings. Is that unusual? It is. It is unusual. It's these days, I think, particularly as Travaskis bowls, because coaches have been on at bowlers to tighten things up.
That's 26 runs from no balls, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, 26 runs. Yeah. Oh, is that? That's right, isn't it? So it's 13, isn't it? Yeah, of course, it's 2 runs. Of course, yeah. But even that, even 13 is a lot. 13 times they've bowled no balls.
Yeah.
But then I suppose, you look at how many overs we've had. It's less than 1 every 10 overs. Travaskis bowls, Pennington defends. But coaches have been keen, haven't they, in recent years, since it was 2 for a no ball, to say don't give it away. I mean, that's 26 runs. That's that's a decent contribution from a batsman, isn't it? As Pennington cuts for 4, given a bit of room by Travaskis, lays back on it and cuts it behind square on the offside for 4. Nice shot. He's been in great touch, actually, Pennington, so far. He's gone to 26 off 35 balls, and it's 524 for 9. So 26 runs for no balls. That's 13 times they've overstepped. And yeah, maybe I suppose it's a bit unfair to say that's unusual these days, because it's only 1 every sort of 10, 12 overs. As Travaskis bowls again, pushed back up the pitch, and there's no run. There were how many? Actually, Worcester only bowled 4, so you could say it's excessive, but perhaps not as bad as it looks. When you see 26 no balls, it's not actually. It's 26 runs.
Are they going to go off for lunch here? Everybody seems to be staring.
Everybody's gathered, but I don't think they can. I think they're saying to the umpires we're hungry, and the umpires are saying, well, tough. You can't go off yet. We've taken this extra half hour. 524 for 9. Pennington 26 off 36. Roderick 37 off 149. Men out today, if you're just joining us. Barnard 128. Baker 3. Gibbon without scoring. 2 wickets for Coughlin, 1 for Travaskis. But Worcestershire have avoided the follow-on, and in so doing have put us into a position where this game is almost certain to be a draw.
Borthwick bowls. It's defended. Dot ball on the leg side. 524 for 9. Borthwick in again, and again it's played back to him. Borthwick bowls again, defended.
David Willey's going back to Northants.
Is he? Played away. His father still lives down there, doesn't he? One run.
Yeah, going back to Northants at the end of the season. Andrew Rudd says it's the best birthday present he could have had. Absolutely.
Dot ball out towards mid-wicket. Deficit's 117. Punters watching, wondering what the crack is. This is off the bat and off towards point, and Borthwick finishes the over. 1 run from it.
It's an interesting one, isn't it, David Willey? Players coming and leaving and coming back. I mean, it's happened here, obviously, quite a few times. Needless to say, Rain and Coughlin, we've mentioned them both, went and played elsewhere and came back. And I can't think, I'm trying to think, maybe people will send information in and correct me. I can't think of Worcestershire players that have left and come back, but there's 1 or 2 that might be quite welcome, I think. We're going to see a change in the bowling here, aren't we? Michael Jones is going to have a bowl, is he?
Can't even tell you what he bowls.
Yeah, he is. He's going to have a little. Well, he bowls little seamers by the look of it, judging by his run up. But it's the 9th.
Got nothing written down about him as a bowler.
It's the 9th bowler used.
Presumably
so
right
far. And well, I don't know. Who's the only one who's missed out? Eckersley. Is he Eckersley?
He can bowl spin. He bowled last year.
Eckersley has missed out, and there's just 1 other player who hasn't had a bowl. Then, is there?
Well, Beddingham can't because he's off the pitch.
Beddingham can't, otherwise he probably would. Here comes Jones, right arm over. Ooh, that does look a little bit inexperienced, but why not? Probably only get 1 over in, won't he? And then it'll be 1 more before lunch. And if he gets a wicket, he'll be absolutely do a lap of honour, I reckon. He's in, he bowls full toss and hit away uppishly on the onside by Roderick. Horrible situation for a batsman. Desperate not to get out. Just hope that if you get a bad one you can put it away. Don't do anything silly. Jones is in again and bowls, and Roderick is forward and plays that up to mid-on. Great credit to Gareth Roderick, I think, for this innings. Came in at a difficult time last night, and you can say what we like about the pitch, but he's shepherded Worcestershire through to save that follow-on, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for doing so. It's easily the most significant innings that he's played for the Pears since coming to the side. Jones is in, bowls, and that's a nice shot from Roderick, over pitched on leg stump, clipped away to deep square leg, where fielding's done by the substitute, and the score goes on to 526 for 9, and the deficit's down to 116. What was all the fuss about? Jones to Pennington. He's in. Pennington drives beautifully on the offside, and he would have hit that and thought that's 4 all the way. In fact, he gets none because Borthwick, the live wire, dives to his left and makes a good save. Two-handed, made it look easy. Very good piece of fielding. Jones again. In to bowl to Pennington. On the back foot this time, steers out on the offside, fielded by Borthwick. End of the over. There'll be one more before we take a late lunch. 526 for 9.
Slow progress this as Ned Eckersley wanders up to the far end. So this session's going to finish at the end of this over, and then the afternoon session will begin at 2:10. And there will be, in theory, 57 overs left in the day. 2 for a change of innings as well, of course, if that were to happen. It should happen. Can't really remember a game like this where there's been so many runs, little happening a lot of the time, and no sign of a result other than a draw. It's final day at Worcester this year. Durham only managed the 1 wicket, but there had been quite a few highs and lows in that game. Wickets falling in clusters, but it's not really happened in this match at all. It's played back to Borthwick, and he's missed it. It's away for 4. Rain couldn't get across to it either. Durham have been in the field now for 172 overs, and they look fed up. Borthwick looks particularly fed up. Partnerships reached 50 runs. For the 9th wicket. For the 10th wicket. It's coming 88 balls from Roderick and Pennington. This ball played to mid-wicket by Pennington. I think Scott Borthwick's looking at the umpire, James Middlebrook, and saying, is this definitely the last over? Can we go off now? Two balls to go. Borthwick to Pennington. It's gone off towards square leg. 1 run. Roderick's on 40. Got a pair against Durham last year at New Road, but he's shown some tenacity this time. 159 balls he's faced now. Clark's been brought in off the cover boundary for the final delivery, which is defended. And that is the end of what has been a very long morning session. Scott Borthwick takes his cap from the umpire and they're going off for lunch. Worcestershire 532 for 9, trail by 110. Roderick 40, Pennington 31. And they've had now 172 overs. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes.
Hi, Ben Stokes here. I just want to welcome you to Seat Unique Riverside.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together. With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Yes, we had a late lunch here as Durham were given an extra half hour to try and get the final wicket of the Worcestershire first innings, so that meant our pie was cold by the time we got upstairs, and sadly from a point of view of this game it's drifting alarmingly towards a draw because Worcestershire avoided the follow-on. They're still in their first innings at 532 for 9. Gareth Roderick has 40 of those, Dylan Pennington 31. They can shake hands around about 5 o'clock on a draw, but they still trail Durham by 110. So far in this match, 16 wickets, 1,175 runs and 1 cold pie. It was turkey and bacon, and well, I don't know. I think we were sort of on the cusp of not really, you know. There you go. Right then, 10-5, lads and lasses, 10-5. Players are coming out, and that is, we believe, the earliest time they'll be able to shake hands on a draw here. That would mean Durham having got this final wicket and then declaring there in its second innings later in the day. So 16 wickets have gone so far in this match for 1,175 runs. And this is where we, as commentators, are in our corner, I suppose, Frank. Finding things to talk about.
Finding things to talk about.
Well, let's talk about extras, because apparently the list I was looking at, although it said most extras by Durham, that was actually against Durham. So it's most extras in an innings against Durham is for them, if you see what I mean. So we're now in record territory at 80, beat 78 against Warwickshire in 1994. That was the Brian Lara 501 innings. That was a flat track, and Durham were down bowlers and initially wouldn't declare because they said there was no way they could bowl Warwickshire out. So that was when Lara said, right, well, I'm going to try and get me 501 runs then. So on that occasion, they bowled 135.5 overs. Today, they've bowled 172 and 11 with this third new ball.
Well, guess what? Michael Jones is carrying on.
Is he?
Is he? No, it's Bushnell.
Is it? Bushnell. Bowling to Pennington. There's been a lot of updates sent out by Durham today on injuries and whatnot, so I'll go through this list. Basically, Jack Campbell as well. I was asked questions about that earlier in this game. He was playing for Hampshire against a Sri Lanka development 11 2 or 3 weeks ago and got injured after about 4 overs or something, but he has left Durham. He asked to leave to go and explore chances back in the south. He came through Hampshire's academy originally. I think he's played one first-class match for Durham in the championship at Leicester. As this is bowled by Bushnell, off stump, turned away by Roderick to mid-wicket. So he's now he's been given permission to leave Durham, having signed a new 1-year contract to go and explore new opportunities. Injury-wise, Durham have got a lengthy list at the moment. Ashton Turner, who dislocated his shoulder trying to make a quick single at Northants 3 weeks ago. As Bushnell bowls again to Roderick. Roderick plays this up to mid-on to Salisbury, no run there. We are told he is making good progress on the injury. The club are hopeful he will play a part in the T20 still this year. Sean Dixon suffered a hamstring injury in the Glamorgan game, I think it was here. So he missed the game against Middlesex at Lords in the Championship, and he's missed the T20 so far. As Bushnell comes in and bowls, this is cut by Roderick to backward point to Travaskis, no run. He is continuing his rehabilitation following the injury, and he's expected to return in July if positive progress is made. I gather that one was worse than they first thought. Ollie Gibson, the right-arm bowler who's played a few games this year, he's suffered a fracture of his right wrist. He's returned to cricket skills training and is due to play in the second team against Lancashire early next month. As Bushnell bowls this one to Roderick, it's returned towards the bowler's end. Still no news on when Mark Wood's back. He had that elbow surgery because he had some floating debris in his elbow, having returned from the West Indies trip to have the operation. He's been in the nets. The last thing I saw from him was he was complaining of soreness after he'd bowled, so there's still no current date on him. And David Beddingham's having a scan today on his shoulder, which he injured in the field yesterday. This is driven by Roderick up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. So one from the first ball and then dots. 5-3-3 for 9, the deficit 109. So Beddingham could, depending on what that scan shows, it's probably could miss the T20 at the weekend against Yorkshire here on Friday evening, and maybe Leicestershire on Sunday.
Didn't think I'd have much in common with Mark Wood, Marty.
No? You've got floating bone, have you?
I had.
Yeah.
Had my elbow opened up. I was treated for all sorts of injuries until I went to Edgbaston, and a blind physiotherapist felt my elbow and said there's something in there, and they x-rayed it and it was right, and they opened me up, and I've still got the bits of bone in a little jar about the size of 2 dice.
So it just fractured off or something?
Yeah, well, it's a daft story. I fell off the back of a lorry, literally. Travaskis bowling, left arm round to Pennington, blocks out. I was in New
Zealand.
Zealand.
We then sold at Durham Market.
I was in New Zealand and I was working for the sponsor of the club I played for.
Right.
And we delivered fridges and washing machines and that kind of thing. Travaskis again. Played out of the offside, and we got to a house with a very steep drive, and we unhooked the appliance or whatever it was, and we hadn't gone up the drive, and my co-delivery man said, "Oh, we need to drive up the drive." Travaskis again bowls. Pennington gets a single. He said, "You hop on the back and just hold it, and I'll reverse up the drive." And I hopped on the back and held it, and he set off very quickly, and the jerk of the van made me fall, and I fell, and I landed and banged my head, and they were worried about my head. It kept me in hospital overnight. Travaskis again is in, bowls, and blocked by Roderick. And then they said, "No, you're okay, you're all clear." And I had scans and whatever, went out, played the rest of the season, came back, and then a couple of games into the season here, I hit a ball off the back foot and my elbow just locked. Travaskis bowls, played back up the pitch, and then it freed itself, and it kept happening, and that's when it started. And it turned out they had these 2 bits of bone broken off. Can't straighten it now. Can't straighten that arm, and it's not good for radio. I'm demonstrating that I can't straighten my arm, pushing it out, and it stays permanently bent at about 10 degrees, that left arm. Travaskis bowls, blocked out by Roderick, end of the over. We're finding things to talk about.
Yeah, I'm just picturing you with you know, falling off the back of a lorry and some guy trying to sell you at a car boot sale on a Sunday morning in Bermondsey or something like that.
No, it was in New Zealand. It was fortunately the washing machine or fridge or whatever it was didn't fall on top of me, but it was quite a shock. 5:34 for 9 at the end of that over. We're going to be doing this a bit, I'm afraid, this afternoon, I think, because there's not a lot happening in terms of cricket, and we're looking at a draw almost certainly.
In comes the bowler and played out through the covers. No run.
It's a lovely
into
shot,
the covers from Pennington. Straight to Jones, who bowled an over before. They scribbled his name in tiny letters underneath Bushnell's name, was running out of space at the bottom of my page. In comes the bowler again, and Pennington plays it towards mid-wicket. I mean, Worcestershire, from their point of view, still 108 behind. I mean, if they can keep chipping away.
Yeah. Well, these two fancy a 50 each, I reckon. Field's pretty well spread now. No terrors in the pitch. A little bit of tension created as Worcestershire were close to that follow-on target.
Driven nicely,
Shot.
That's 4.
Ooh.
That's gone out through the covers for 4 to the Castle stand.
Lovely shot from Pennington.
I went into the Castle stand yesterday morning to do my preview of the day's play, and then I was trying to think the last time I was in there, and I can only think I've been in there once before, during the Ashes test here in 2013, when I went to see a pal who was sitting in there with her husband. The ball's gone under the stand now.
Yeah, it's a pain, that, isn't it, for the fielders.
Somebody's going to have to climb through the netting at the back and go and retrieve it.
All the ground stuff set off.
This happened the other day. They went and got a new ball, and then
doing it, and then
they
it
had
came
one
back.
ball with it.
Same
and then
thing's going to happen, I think.
The drama, the unmitigated drama. Stephen Petty, who's our evening presenter on Radio Newcastle, has put a tweet out today. He said, "I hate waste, so I'm asking all of you, those little glass ramekins you get from desserts," he said, "they're fancy and cheap. What do you use yours for?" He said, "Rather than recycle them at the bottle bank." He said, "I use one as a water holder for when I'm painting, but how do you reuse those?" And they're just little glass jars. We've got loads of them in our house. My wife makes these little chocolate puddings, which are tasty, and so the pudding's sort of hard on the edge, but then when you get into the middle, it's all gloopy, warm chocolate in the middle. But they get everywhere, those ramekin things, and every time I open the drawer, they're always falling out on me. It's a price you pay for tasty chocolate pudding, I suppose. There's a really large bird flying over there. What's that then?
Plane up there, Marty. You're not missing any cricket, by the way. They're changing the ball. Plane up there.
Where's the plane?
In the cloud, just going into the cloud. You can probably tell us where that one's going.
Oh, well, it'll be going to Newcastle Airport at that height.
I've just taken a picture of the
the
scar on my elbow. I'm going to put it on Twitter just to prove
we can rebuild him.
That I've got connections with Mark Wood. Yeah.
What time is it? That would be sort of an afternoon flight from Heathrow, will it? Oh, it's a Jet 2. This is Bushnell bowling with the change ball. The other one hasn't come back yet, has it? The ground staff have gone out the back of the stand to look for it. AGP, where's that? Malaga. The afternoon flight from Malaga. Been on that once or twice. Bushnell comes in and bowls. Defended by Pennington. Our former rugby union commentator Kevin Williams has retired to Spain and lives in a little village slightly up the coast from Malaga called Frigliana. I flew out there a few years ago to have a long weekend at the end of the cricket season, and I got the last seat on the plane. Bushnell in bowls. That's played back to him by Pennington, and the person sitting next to me was a pal of mine who was a football agent who was on his way to Malaga to do some business, and we all ended up meeting up the next night and went for a few beers, and then went to watch Malaga against Osasuna at 10 o'clock kickoff on a Friday night, coming out the stadium at midnight.
Who did he sign? Did he tell you who it was going to be?
No, he was going. He ended up in the. He turned up to meet us in flip-flops and shorts, and then when he went to get his ticket, he was in the director's box. But he was going to just visit his office. I think he had an office in Malaga. So.
Travaskis to continue from the Finkel end, bowls to Roderick, who pushes out on the offside. 170 balls now, Roderick, for his 40.
Do you know Frigliana?
I don't.
Up above Nerha on the coast?
No, I don't. Travaskis short to Roderick, cuts out to deep cover. Rushworth the fielder, single taken. 539 for 9. Worcestershire now.
Get this deficit down to 100 and get the party poppers out.
It's one of those afternoons, this afternoon, where we cricket commentators on the BBC have to search our brains for things to talk about. Travaskis bowls. Put it out there this morning, blocked out for no run. Put it out this morning about whether 8 points is too many for a draw. Travaskis again bowls, and Pennington drives out on the offside. Takes a single. He'll come back for 2 actually, because they made a bit of a mess of it out there in the field. Ben Rain and Scott Borthwick between them. 5:41 for 9. There's a suggestion that even they're just kind of, I'm just doing it now, they're just losing their focus and their concentration, understandably enough, I think. It's one of those days, maybe when all's said and done, Travaskis in bowls and Pennington pushes out on the offside for another single. When all's said and done, maybe this pitch just too good given the attacks that we've got. And if we'd have had world-class bowlers on it, it might have been a different thing. But despite the best efforts of the bowlers, and Ed Barnard and Ben Rain for me have been the best 2, one on either side, the bat has dominated the ball. Travaskis bowls. Roderick gets a single, whipping this one away with his bottom hand on the onside. Takes a single.
Well, Bushnell's hurled the ball towards the keeper's end, and it was just as Pennington was running, I just thought it was going to smack him in the back of the head there.
He was actually well past, wasn't he, in the end? End of the over. Roderick keeps the strike, 42 to him, 5:43 for 9, and that deficit is below 100. And I will continue to send out this tweet now.
They do play a bit of cricket in Spain, don't they? Some of the teams go for winter warm weather training in February, March. Not La Manga, but there's another place down that area where they go as Bushnell bowls, start of a new over. That's played off the back foot by Roderick and move out to the cover boundary. Travaskis chases after it. He'll run 2. He moves on to 44. And this partnership now takes the score to 5-4, 5-4, 9. And the partnership is worth 64 from 116 balls. In comes the bowler. This is defended on off stump. Bushnell balls defended by Roderick. Bushnell in from the Lumley end. That's left by Roderick outside the off stump. It's gone to the keeper.
There, I've sent it now. You should be able to see it in all its gory glory. Do you think people will stay till the diehards, aren't they? These spectators now, they're here, sat in the sunshine, have a little doze. Might see a great catch or something.
Played away towards mid-wicket, no run.
I'll tell you one bloke who'll be focused, that's Gareth Roderick, I think. He's done the primary job, hasn't he? Shepherding them past the follow-on mark, but now he wants to just stick out there, get some time in the middle for a start, and get a 50 at least.
Roderick plays this to mid-wicket, no run. Is that the end of the over? Yes,
yep.
It is. That's over number 177. I don't think I've commentated on an innings as long as this before.
No, I'm not sure I have.
I can't think I've commentated on a game like this before.
Not sure I have. But certainly, from my Worcestershire perspective, I'm hoping that Gareth Roderick gets his 50. And Dylan Pennington has been as fluent as anybody, if we're honest. He hasn't faced the best of bowling in terms of the game, but he's hit 40 off 56. That's included 7 boundaries. And he waits now as Travaskis comes in and bowls to him. And he's taken on the pad and he's, well, I was going to say he's out because the umpire had a good look at it. James Middlebrook, and shifted one hand to the other, probably with his counting device in it, and I thought he's going to give him there. It was quite close, might have just been drifting down, and he survives. 5:45 for 9, and this one is driven through the offside by Pennington. My phone ringing, I'll turn that off. 4 more, so that's his 8th boundary. Lovely shot from Dylan Pennington. I think it might have been the studio, so I better just see if I can take it, Marty, and pass over to you.
Travaskis left arm round the wicket. He's bowled to the batsman Pennington, who plays it back to him. Pennington's now caught Roderick. They're both on 44. Well, these two going to get the matching hundreds, like Bolavira and Barnard and Coghlan and Rain. Another dot ball played back to him. Travaskis in again. This is defended. its way to short extra cover to Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper. Got one slip in place as Travaskis gets a return ball there. That was the end of the over. Coughlin it was who was standing it slip. 549 for 9, the score. Defended as Bushnell bowls to Roderick from the Lumley end. Ball rolls back to the bowler. Another dot ball, just gone off towards point this time. This ball goes to mid-wicket this time from Bushnell off the bat of Roderick. 549 for 9, the score. Bushnell bowls inside edge this time, off towards square leg for 1. That little ripple of applause that you might have just detected on the microphone there was for 550 runs. For those who are still awake. 550 for 9. Bushnell bowls. Oh, playing a miss there. And that's the end of the innings. That's the end of Pennington for 44. Roderick not out 45. Worcestershire all out for 550. They trail by 92.
Yeah, a little nibble outside the off stump from Pennington, and straightforward catch for Eckersley. And that's a first ever wicket for Bushnell, getting a bit of well-deserved embraces from his captain Borthwick. So Pennington goes for 44. He was in sight of a second 50 of his career, but it wasn't to be.
178.5 overs.
178.5 overs. And Pennington goes. Caught Eckersley, bowled Bushnell for 44. And that leaves Gareth Roderick unbeaten on 44. Played the key innings today, I would say, Roderick. Not much doubt about that. In getting Worcestershire past that follow-on target, and the final total 550. So a deficit of 92, but that's pretty much academic, I would say. 28 byes, 26 leg byes, 1 wide, 26 no balls, but 26 no ball runs. That means there were 13 actual no balls, and that's a total of 81 extras. Durham bowling figures, give you them all. I know some people cling on to such stats. Rushworth 25 overs, 4 maidens, 95 for 1. Salisbury 23 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 83. Rain, the pick of the bowlers, 38 overs, 12 maidens, 4 for 76. Coghlan, 34 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 91. Travaskis, 29 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 72. Borthwick, 13 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 35. Ravindra, 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28. Bushnell, 6.5 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket, the last one, for 15. And Jones, 1 over, no maidens, 1 run, no wickets. So there we are, 92 behind, 550 all out, and we'll be back with you in 7 or 8 minutes' time.
Here we go then. Durham starting their second innings at 2:42 on the final day.
Charlie Morris to open up from the Lumley end. He'll be rested nicely, you'd think, wouldn't you, after the efforts of the first innings. Worcestershire bowlers can have a nice little trundle this afternoon, I would imagine, before they get on the coach for their sleepy return journey down the A1.
Just chatting to the bus driver earlier, he's got to drop them off and then go all the way back up to more or less Birmingham International Airport, where the depot is.
Yeah. Here is Morris down the leg side, first ball taken by Gareth Roderick, diving away to his right, so no rest for the wicket.
By the way,
Roderick been out there all day.
Extras finished on 81.
Yeah, 81, goodness me. So Charlie Morris came out to bat this morning. He was out, sorry, I say this morning, yesterday morning. Comes in now and bowls, and that's better, straighter, and Jones pushes out on the offside. Yesterday morning as the night watchman, and well, did his job, didn't he? Stuck around, and he has had a good rest since then, as have all the Worcestershire bowlers watching the exploits of their batsmen, in particular D'Oliveira with his 100, Barnard with his 100, and Roderick today with his unbeaten 44. I've made sure that this game is almost certain to be a draw. Durham lead by 92 as we speak. Morris is in and bowls in the block hole. Dug out by Jones, no run.
Did Worcestershire get 4 batting points?
They did.
Yeah.
So they're going to come out of the game with 1 point fewer than Durham if they both draw, which is well, I suppose you'd have to say that's fair enough, wouldn't you? Really. Durham. Yeah, just wonder, don't you, about that delayed declaration on the second afternoon. I don't know.
Yeah, that was the conversation I had on my way home.
Morris in, bowls. Jones is on the back foot, pushing out on the offside.
Was there any need to bat so long?
Yeah.
Not giving themselves enough time to try and.
Could have got, you know, 500 and declared, couldn't they, quite easily? You win the toss and bat. I suppose they were thinking they'd only need to bat once, probably. That's the gamble, isn't it? That's the gamble you take. You'd need to be pretty prescient, wouldn't you, to pull out very early.
Well, they've only bowled a team out twice, once this season, Durham. That was Glamorgan.
Yeah. There's Morris in to bowl, and this one's nicely played by Jones out to deep mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Baker, who's on the boundary at deep backward square, and they pick up 2. 642 for 7 declared in their first innings, and Worcestershire replying with 550. So a lead on first innings of 92, but numbers all a bit academic, we feel, as Morris is in and bowls this one just short of length outside off stump, left alone by Jones, taken by Roderick, and the end of the first over of the Durham second innings sees them on 2 without loss. And we're going to see Ben Gibbon with his left arm seam from the Finkel end, sharing the new ball with Morris, as he did in the first innings. 4 wickets in the first innings for Gibbon, but still very much learning his trade, the 21-year-old. And he's going to be bowling to the first innings double centurion, Domek Man, Rashin Ravindra.
Drops a fielder out to deep mid-wicket. Charlie Morris has gone out there. Gibbon then. Coming in, left arm over. Oh, a leading edge. Oh, and nearly caught there at point. Didn't know where that had gone.
Oh,
that was nearly funky from Gibbon.
Yeah, it's happened, didn't it? Yeah, it's happened.
Is it Libby at point?
Usually is.
Yeah. Bit of a scare there. Off the mark, first ball with a strike rate of 100. Oh, somebody's broken down. There's an AA van in the car park. Looks like an old Micra. Given then to Jones.
Ooh,
Played a miss. It's gone right through Jones there.
That was a good delivery. Bit of swing for him. I reckon it might be a Toyota.
A Toyota, do you reckon? He was standing in front of the car, so I couldn't see. It's a Kia.
Is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's moved away from the front. I can see the badge now.
Not a good advert. I was going to say other brands are available, but we've mentioned most of them.
Gibbon left arm over. Finkel end to Jones. Jones plays the ball out into the covers. No run there. I'm just wondering if you work as a repairman and you're on one of these patrols for the RAC, the AA green flag or whatever. I wonder if there's like certain cars that are an honour to work on. You sort of have your highlight cars, you know.
Like your Rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if you get the message through and you think, oh no, not another one of those. I wonder if they're on any kind of incentive as well.
Given in to Jones, played off towards mid-wicket. He's off. Yeah, he's already got a run, hasn't he? So he's third run of the day there for him.
Because when they say we get our customers back on the road within X time, I wonder if you get credit if you're one of the blokes who can do that. You know, for working fast.
What are the incentives for mobile repair people? Let us know, folks.
Better van.
Better van.
Brighter bib.
Yeah. An 8-inch screen on the front of the van instead of a 7-inch. Gibbon, 2 balls left of the over. To Ravindra. Comes forward and pushes that to the offside. I did once have an MX-5 years ago, a little 2-seater convertible, and I take my cars to a local garage near us, and they're very good there, they're very thorough. And it needed the timing belt changed, so it must have had 60,000 miles on the clock or something, and they rang me up and said, do you mind if we just hold on to the car overnight and finish it off tomorrow? And I was, alright, okay. They said, it's just taking us a little bit longer than we imagined. As Gibbon comes in and bowls, it's defended. And anyway, I went the next morning, they'd finished, and they said, do you know what? It was an absolute joy to work on that car. And they said, we've never seen an engine put together as well as that one. There were so many bolts and screws. It took such a lot of time for them to get the thing apart to put the timing belt in. So I thought, oh well, all those years they've been in the business and still the odd car impresses them.
Well, that's the big thing with the timing belt, isn't it? They've got to be done, but it's the fact that it takes they're so hard to get at, I think, from what I've heard. Not that I have specialist knowledge. Charlie Morris to carry on, 2 slips, Jack Haynes at first slip, Taylor Cornell at second, Ben Gibbon goes down to third man. Pretty good over, 1 very good delivery going through Michael Jones. Jones, it is on strike now against Morris. 3 men saving 1 in a ring on the offside. Morris is in, bowls, and Jones is forward, pushing back past the bowler. And D'Oliveira at mid-off does the fielding. There's always some positives to be taken out of games like this, and Ravindra will personally be more than happy with his double 100, first of his career. And as you said the other day, and I think Ash said as well, he's not done himself any harm in terms of putting himself in a shop window if he did want to play county cricket again in the future. Morris again outside the off stump to Jones, taken by Roderick. There's another man who's certainly going to take some positives away from this game, Gareth Roderick. First championship game for Worcestershire this year, 5 catches, 40 odd not out, and guided the team past the all-important follow-on figure this morning. Then you've got Ed Barnard, another 100 for him, 4th of his career. Then you've got Brett D'Oliveira, 11th first-class 100 of his career, and taking him 1 past his dad, as he said to me. Charlie Morris bowls, and Jones steers this down to 3rd man off an outside edge, fielded by Gibbon. They take a single, as Brett said to me when he meets his dad again in the... He always refers to it as the heavenly bar in the sky. He'll just pat him on the shoulder and say, "Wait, got more than you now. You're round." And so that was quite a nice moment for him. There's always positives. There's always experiences. Ben Rain and Paul Coghlan both getting their first-class 100s as well. They'll not forget this game. So whilst some of us might look on it as a draw ultimately and file it away in that file at the back of our minds, Morris again bowls, beats Ravindra with a good one, goes across him, bounces past the shoulder of the bat, taken by Roderick. Yeah, we'll file it away in our cricket minds in that file marked unmemorable. That won't necessarily be the case for those people. It's always somebody who'll remember it for some reason. Something special will have happened. Those are just the ones that we can point to. There might be others. Jonathan Bushnell, debut 50, first wicket. And Morris again from the Lumley end, bowls, and Ravindra squeezes this one down into the ground. It pops up on the offside, and the bowler does his own fielding. 5 without loss, Durham, second innings. 6:42 for 7 in the first. Worcestershire replying with 550. Who'd be a bowler?
News out of Yorkshire today.
Yeah. Well, I heard David Willey's going back to Northants.
It's the ECB's brought charges over the Yorkshire's racism case.
Okay, Morris in, bowls to Ravindra, punches this off the back foot up to mid on, end of the 3rd over. Morris, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 3, and it's 5 without loss.
Charges have been brought against a number of individuals by English cricket's governing body in relation to allegations of racism at Yorkshire. The accused, who've not been named, could be banned or fined by the England and Wales Cricket Board. Yorkshire has also been charged with breaching the anti-racism rules. Details of the abuse first surfaced in September 2020 when former player Azim Rafiq said discrimination left him feeling suicidal. This is all on the BBC Sport website. And the ECB says, in matters of this nature, our normal practice is not to identify individuals charged at this stage. As new over begins from Gibbon, played back to him by Jones. Since Rafiq's accusations became public, 16 members of staff have left Yorkshire in a widespread overhaul of its senior leadership. The ECB said it carried out a thorough and complex investigation to establish the grounds for the charges against both the county and individuals involved. A number of former personnel won an industrial tribunal last week, didn't they?
Yeah.
The club says there's a lot involved in the charges, and they're having a look through the details before they make any further comment. This is played by Jones to point and returned back to the keeper.
Stat for you, Marty.
Go on then.
Record last wicket partnership for Worcestershire v Durham.
Well, I thought it might have been. I'd lost the will to look it up, to be honest with you.
55 previously. Yeah. Morrison Leach here in 2021, and that was 69.
Oh, that was last year, was
69 today. Yeah.
So that's 2 matches in a row between these two where partnership records have broken. Gibbon in, bowls. Jones plays at the point. So it was the 8th. Well, it was any wicket, wasn't it? Twice.
Yeah, any wicket. And that was the last one. Thank you to John Curtis for that, keeping me on the ball.
John, I don't think John has got anything better to do, do you?
Well, we could all do it. I mean,
I bet he's already he's finished the fence, clearly.
He's done the edges of his lawn with his nail clippers as well. We all have access, don't we, to Cricket Archive and that kind of thing. But talking of edging, look, Groundsman's doing it over there.
Yeah.
Just by the covers.
No, isn't he? Yeah.
Even he's not watching.
Given That's played out through the covers. He's going to run away for 4, I think. Being chased up towards the boundary, and it's just beaten the fielder there for 4 runs. It was Josh Baker who went after the ball up towards the members section of the pavilion. He is.
He's
got the
edging it
out there, hasn't he?
Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is where the turf actually runs out, isn't it? And there's a bit of gravel beyond it.
Just in front of the castle stand. Yeah. I was standing over there this morning to do my video and felt a little bit unsure of my footing and looked down, and there were lots of little square sections of turf, which I presume have been cut ready to replace bits of the square or something. I don't know. Bowler bowls this one on the leg stump, and it's flicked away to deep square leg, and fielded there by Barnard with his back to the grounds member of staff who's got the edging shears out.
Speaking of John, he lives 3 doors down from Kevin Sharp, one of the Worcestershire coaching staff, and
is he near the hotel where some of the visiting teams stay?
He says he's got to nip out and paint Sharpie's fence now.
Has he?
No, I think he's teasing.
Yeah.
He's near a hotel, but it's not. I don't think the team stay
I'm
there.
sure Durham stayed there.
Oh, do they? The Bank House?
Yeah.
Might do.
That's left alone.
They just want to be close to.
Well, there's
such
another
a
hotel in
the
centre of town where they used to sometimes stay, but I think when they were there this year, they were out of town.
There's a few. Some of them stay. Yeah, there's a few places, aren't there? They might well have done. No doubt we'll have a list of which teams have stayed there and which teams haven't in the last few years, shortly. Time for me to go and do an update, Marty.
Is it?
Sorry. Yeah.
I've got this Radio Newcastle's output in my ears now, so Morris starting his 3rd over, bowling to Jones, who defends on off stump. The ball rolls out into the covers, no run. Damien's wondering when they can shake hands. One of the scorers thought that if it was definitely heading for a draw and there was nothing doing, he believed they'd brought in a regulation a few years ago where they could shake hands around about 4:30. But a couple of the other scorers think the earliest you could do it is 10 to 5, and that would be Durham batting until 10 to 5, and then declaring, and then they have 10 minutes for the change of innings, and then that's the end of that. I'm sure a game a few weeks ago finished about 4:15, pulled by Jones out through deep mid-wicket, and I can't recall that it was handshakes after rain or anything like that, but the scoreboard says there's still 43.4 overs left today. Normally it's when you get down to the final 16 overs, and that's called the final hour because they're meant to bowl 16 overs in an hour. James Middlebrook's got nowhere to rush off to, the umpire, because he's here for the rest of the week. He's got the Yorkshire game on Friday night in the T20, possibly even Leicestershire. It's just clouded over a little bit here, actually. In comes Morris with a Yorker length ball, turned away by Ravindra out through mid-wicket for 1. That's what I was going to do. I was going to look at the weather forecast. I picked my phone up and then immediately forgot what I was going to do. No rain forecast, less than 5% it says. And it's around about 18-19 degrees at the moment. Morris to Jones, nips back slightly and he edges down into the ground and down towards 3rd man for 1. Fielded by Gibbon. Morris to Ravindra, guided down to third man for one. Durham 14 on the board. They lead by 106. They had a 92-run lead at the end of that innings. Last ball of this fifth over, there was a dot ball, and then every other delivery's been a single. That's hooked out by Ravindra to... Where's that gone? Well, Josh Baker set off a deep mid-wicket to come across towards deep square leg, and then put his arms up and said, I don't know where the ball is. And I'd lost sight of it as well. He's now running off towards the covers that are parked along the sweep around the northwest corner of the ground in front of the health club, and he's found the ball under there. So it was a... It was a 4 from Jones there then. He's on 15 from 21 balls. Ravindra is on 3 from 9. Durham 18 without loss. Leads 110. Well, Durham eventually bowled Worcestershire out, so the Worcestershire first innings has ended in the last sort of 15-20 minutes, and Durham started their second innings on the final day of this game at 2:42. The Worcestershire innings lasted 178.5 overs. I can't really recall commentating on an innings as long as that before, but they were eventually all out for 550 to trail by 92, and the last wicket, a first wicket in first-class cricket wicket for Jonathan Bushnell, who got Pennington out for 44. Pennington was caught behind, and the man not out, Gareth Roderick, on 45. So Durham ended up with a 92-run lead. They're now in their second innings, and they are 18 ahead and lead by 110.
As Ben Gibbon bowls outside the off stump to the left-handed Ravindra, who lets that go through. News is that Durham did stay at the Bankhouse last year. Not sure if they are in 2022, but John says he'll compile a list of counties that have stayed at the Bankhouse, so that we can read there this year, haven't they? So that we can read it out in the future if ever we are in need of topics of conversation. Yeah. All sorts of stats, where teams stay when they go away. Gibbon bowls, nice delivery, full of length. And forward comes Ravindra, less certain in this innings so far than he was in the first innings. He's made just 3 off 12 so far, but it took him a while to get going, and then it was the equanimity of his innings, if that's right, the even tempo of his innings for the whole of a day and a half, really, more than a day and a half, that really impressed us. 217 eventually before he was out. To this man, Gibbon, who bowls to him now, and he's forward, pushes out on the offside. It was a fortunate wicket for Gibbon, you'd have to say, that first one, that one in the first innings, because he strangled Ravindra down the leg side, really, little tickle, as he attempted to turn the ball off his pads, taken by Gareth Roderick. 1 of 5 catches he took in the first innings, without conceding a bye, which was pretty impressive in 155 overs, isn't it? And comes Gibbon again over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Ravindra, a little bit short. Ravindra cuts, doesn't get all of it, just squeezes it away behind square on the offside. Libby does the fielding, in fact just in front of square. Libby running back from cover point. They take 2. Ravindra goes to 5. Jones has 15. Durham are 20 without loss, leading by 112. Tell you what, it's not going to be a very long session, is it, Marty? Look at it. 42 overs left in the day. Oh, it's T's set on the last day, isn't it?
340 it's meant to be, isn't it?
So here's Gibbon again, bowls and does his own fielding as Ravindra pushes that out on the offside. So it's not going to be a very long session, and I don't think there's that much more cricket left in the game, if we're honest. 20 without loss at the end of the 6th.
Are you saying this is going to be a draw?
I've been saying that since the first night, I think. They've finished trimming the edges over there.
There's a few of them on there. They're using, well, they're on the deck chairs, aren't they? I thought for a minute they were using a wheelbarrow as a footrest, but no. Got one of them catching cradles over there. You remember those things?
Oh yeah, great fun.
Morris bowls. Is it Morris? It is, yes. Yeah. Bowling here, right arm over from the Lumley end. Dot
yeah,
ball.
there is one, and it looks new actually.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They used to be everywhere when I played cricket back in the 80s. They were everywhere, and now we just don't see them anymore.
We had a couple at school. There's one at a club where I do a bit of coaching now, which I sometimes just used with an incredible to warm up a couple of very young cricketers. They're still around at a few clubs, but yeah, they're as good. You know what? Not been many catching aids that have been any better than that over the years, I don't think. Seen a few coaches more recently at grounds where they haven't got a slip cradle. One thing that I've seen coaches do, I'll just describe it in a minute.
Morris to Jones, played into the covers, no run.
Is stand a couple of people either side of a roller, or just have your catchers on one side of the roller and then wang the ball at the roller, and it comes off at different angles. But those cradles were good, and they were slightly unpredictable. We used to use them for ages at school.
Yeah. They look like the hull of a boat, don't they? On a little stand.
But that's new. That looks new to me. New or very recently refurbished. But not sure what it's doing behind the deck chairs, really. Thought it'd be over in the net area, don't know.
I wonder if it's used for the junior players, academy kids. Morris to Jones. Jones flicks that out through deep mid-wicket and away towards the Health Club boundary for 4. Nice shot. Just slightly over-pitched, veering towards the bottom of middle and leg.
Good shot. It's a pro shot, I always think that, isn't it? Top order batsman, slightly over pitched on the legs. Just clip it away. Club players, lesser players, they don't quite play it as well. They don't quite wait for it.
Morris in. That stayed low, kept out late by Jones, goes towards backward point. Picked up by Libby.
According to Wikipedia, Jones bowls off breaks, but his over today was an over of seamers, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't off breaks, was it? Morris coming in, 1-4 from this over. 2 balls of it left. He bowls. Jones plays it up to mid-off to D'Oliveira. Keeper thought it was already the end of the over and he was away. Now realising he's turning around to come back. Light aircraft. Have you ever been up in a little Cessna or anything like that?
I did a skydive a few years ago. Went up in a little one and tumbled out the side, yeah. For my 60th birthday.
Did you? Morris in. This is defended.
It was a tandem thing. I didn't dive out on my own or anything.
I remember we were in Cuba once, sitting on this beach in Holguin, and these guys came along, tapping people on the shoulder. And I was wondering where are they going? And off they went, and then an hour later they were all landing back at their lighthouse. I wasn't convinced I would come down safely, so.
24 without loss. Yeah, I was watching TV. I think it was the start of I'm a Celebrity or something a few years ago, and there were a few of the candidates were flown in and then did skyddives. And I was sitting in the chair, and I said out loud, I must have said, "Oh, that looks great. I'd love to do that." And nobody said anything, and then a few months later, when it was my birthday, I was handed an envelope. That's your present, and inside was a little certificate that said, "You have got a skydive." So I went and did it. As Gibbon bowls to Ravindra, who pulls a short ball away on the leg side for 4.
Sure.
Long hop, to be fair, and he fetched it from outside off stump, hit it well, and raced away over the ropes to mid-wicket. So he goes to 9, 24 without loss, becomes 28 without loss.
It's at 1,850 feet, that little Cessna or whatever it is that's just gone past us. So it started off from Newcastle Airport, and it's gone down over County Durham, and it's got down and it's done lots and lots of circles around Tadcaster and just south of Wetherby.
It's Gibbon again is in and bowls, and that's a lovely shot too from Ravindra. No runs, high right elbow leaning into it, classical cover drive, but fielded by Barnard, and there's no run. That app of yours tells you straight away then, every plane.
Aberford, that's where the services are on the A1. What's he been doing down there? Doing circle after circle around?
Oh, I don't know. You could. I mean, somebody must be watching this. Somebody must be watching these things, checking what's going on. I live right by a little airfield. If I had that app on my phone, it would be really busy, I should think. Here comes Gibbon again and bowls, and this one's pushed back to him by Ravindra. So yeah, went to do a skydive.
Where was it?
Had a bit of training. It was at some army base in Wiltshire, I think. Had a bit of training and little indoor lessons and stuff about landing and everything, and then you'd get buddied up with somebody, and he said, "Are you scared?" And I said, "Not really." He said, "I've done it over 1,000 times." He said, "You'll be fine." And up we went in this fairly rickety old plane, just all sitting on the floor. Gibbon in again, bowls to Ravindra, drives up to mid-on, no run. And there were about half a dozen of us that were doing it in tandem, and then 3 or 4 blokes who I think they pay about 30 quid a time just to go up, these experienced guys who have their own chutes. And then up we went, and at a certain height they said, "Right, here you go," and you sit on the edge and whoosh, off you go. I didn't get the video done. You have somebody come down and video you, but it was brilliant. I absolutely
Can you get your breath when you jump out or not?
Yeah, it's fantastic. No, it was absolutely...
You can breathe all right, can you?
Can breathe perfectly all right. Had a little float around like that. It was fantastic. Great fun. Gibbon in again, bowls, and Ravindra drives. Thickish outside edge down to third man. Pennington fields. They take a single. Ravindra goes into double figures. He's on 10. Jones has 19. 29 without loss. Durham lead now by 121. But it's all fairly academic.
There's a parachute centre just off the A19 at Peterlee, Shotton Airfield, and sometimes you see their sort of cargo typey plane circling around up just above this ground to get a bit of altitude, and then they leap out and manage to float their way back down towards Shotton.
Yeah, it wasn't that big a plane. It was good. It was really good. I enjoyed it every single second of it, and it didn't last long enough. You know, you're down in about 3 minutes really, but the chute opened. I mean, the real buzz is the bit before the chute opens, just for about 20-30 seconds or so. He's going round the wicket, Gibbon, to the right-handed Jones, who stands up tall and drives this to extra cover where Barnard fields. End of the over, the 8th of the innings, and it's 29 without loss. Clouded over a bit here at Chester Street. Beautiful this morning. Best weather of the game this morning. Bright sunshine and clouded over a bit now. Still pleasantly warm. I think we're going to see Dylan Pennington replacing Charlie Morris now at the Lumley end. And he's going to be bowling with just the one slip, Jack Haynes. Taylor Cornell having been dispatched to mid-wicket. Pennington, what did he do in the first innings? 1 for 105 off 26. Batted well today for his 44. Last wicket partnership record against Durham. Here he comes.
Bowls. Oh, it's a good leave. It's a really good leave. How that didn't hit the stumps, I'm not sure, but the Durham debutant there, Rachin Ravindra, had a bit of a life.
Well, good leave.
Yeah.
Knows where his off stump is. There's Ashton Turner again, going for another hit, is it?
Here he comes. Ball's driven, and it's away through the covers, past point, off towards the boundary. Has the legs to head towards the rope. Will it get there? It gets towards the rope, but it's caught by Baker. They run 3.
Didn't think he'd timed that one all that well, but clearly he had. No more than a push. Right-handed Jones on strike now against Pennington for the first time.
It's just greyed over, isn't it? The clouds sort of filled in from the west.
Well.
Yeah. In fact, the flag's suggesting at ground level the breeze is coming in from the east for the first time. This is played by Jones out through deep mid-wicket for 1 off Pennington. Sometimes, though, the ground level winds are in completely the different direction to where they are higher up.
Got more stats.
Bowler balls, and it's played back to him by Ravindra.
2 games so far between Worcestershire and Durham in 2022. 2,513 runs.
Watch them all.
683 overs. Just 37 wickets in nearly 8 days.
So it's John Bean done Kevin's fencing then.
Yeah, but he's obviously been thinking while he's been doing it. But that's incredible, isn't it?
Bowler comes in and round the wicket, bowling to Ravindra, the left-hander.
Just go through those again. I mean, joking apart. So 683.1 overs for 37 wickets is the start, and 2,513 runs. 8 days for 37 wickets. Goodness me.
And then do you know what happens at the end of this match today? It goes to a penalty shootout.
A bowl out.
Yeah. Pennington bowls, Ravindra defends, plays it back to the bowler. Time do you reckon you'll be back tonight then?
Well, earlier than I might have been, I suppose, if I get away fairly promptly. I mean, depends what time it finishes, doesn't it? But there'll be a bit of traffic, but no, hopefully 9ish, 9:30 would be good, wouldn't it? End of that over. 33 without loss. Maybe 10. A little bit after when I come off the motorway. Got about.
You still haven't had your fish and chips this week,
half an hour, 40 minutes. No, I haven't. No, which is
Weather-
not a bad thing.
Weather be on the way home.
Yeah, yeah, maybe
Too
it's
close
possible.
here.
Could be too
Still
close
an
to
hour
the
and a bit
sun.
from here.
Yeah. No, probably not a bad thing that I haven't had fish and chips, if I'm honest. Yeah. Gibbon is in round the wicket, bowls to Jones, who clips that off his pads out to deep mid-wicket. Barnard is the fielder, and they take a single. Takes the score on to 34 without loss. I'm definitely want to go to that Bell's Fish and Chips place though the next time I come, because it looked good. I must say it did look good. I popped into the office again this morning of the sort of security guys here at the ground. It was one of them that recommended it.
Right.
Popped in this morning, just explain what happened. How the shutters started to come down as I drove in. Gibbon bowls, better delivery, pushed up to mid-on by Ravindra.
The shutters of doom.
Yeah, and we had a chuckle. But next time. But no, it's probably not a bad thing. And I've been as restrained as possible with breakfast as well. I've not had a cooked breakfast every day.
Yeah,
I've gone for the sort of cereal and fruit.
Yeah, I tend to just do
Cereal
that
and
maybe
fruit
once
route.
and then just go for cereal. Have roughly what I would normally have at home.
Yeah. It's so tempting, isn't it? Because it's there to just have cooked breakfast. Gibbon bowls. This is driven up to mid-off. D'Oliveira is the fielder. 6:42 for 7. Remember Durham in their first innings. I'm sure you do remember. Worcestershire replying with 550, and Durham in their second innings. Currently 34 without loss. Ben Gibbon in his 5th over. 15 runs conceded. Had his first bat today. Didn't score any runs, but he played a part in saving the follow-on. The fact that he stuck around for 20-odd deliveries. And this one is driven back by Ravindra, and Gibbon plays a bit of football with it. Sticks his foot out, kicks it, and it pops up in the air. Always dangerous when a bowler does that. Only just got to miss the padding on the side of the boot. You can get a nasty one on the ankle, but he got away with it. It's just an instinctive thing, I think, for most bowlers in follow-through to stick a clog out. Gibbon walks back, looking at the ball pensively, turns, puts the ball into his left hand and begins his approach. He's in and he bowls, and oh, that's an absolutely beautiful delivery. How that's not bowled him, I don't know. It's dipped into the left-hander. He drove at it, and it's just missed the off stump. Ravindra goes for a very suspicious walk and prod at the pitch, just wondering quite how he missed that one. It's just a little bit of nip in, a little bit of late in swing in the air from Gibbon. Really good delivery to the left-hander. Very unfortunate not to pick up a wicket there. He comes in again now, bowls, and another false shot induced from Ravindra, who played hard at this one and edged it in the air, went through about where third slip would have been, down to the boundary for 4. So it's a cruel game for Ben Gibbon. Bowled 2 really good deliveries and, well, to all intents and purposes, defeated an international batsman twice, and he ends up going to the boundary, and he didn't get a wicket. Excellent over though. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 19. Ravindra has gone somewhat fortuitously to 17, and it's 38 without loss.
In comes Pennington, and that's a leave from Jones. Shortish ball coming up high to him, and he just managed to get his hands and his bat away from the ball. Meteo France has issued a severe heat warning for tomorrow. Glad I'm not going to France tomorrow. It's played by Jones down towards third man. 1 run. Did you get out at lunchtime? Was it pleasant outside?
I didn't go out. I only went for a little stroll. I went and found that microwave downstairs so we could heat up the lunch, because we were provided with some lunch, but it was half an hour late lunch, so it had all gone a bit cold. But I managed to find my way into the Parkview Academy staff kitchen, where they very kindly allowed me 30 seconds worth of microwave. We're in a building that doubles as an academy here, sports academy.
This is played by Ravindra out into the covers along the floor. No run there.
So there are classrooms, or rooms such as the one we're in, that are used as classrooms when broadcasting isn't taking place, and then you see there's lots of staff walking around in Parkview Academy kit, various games football, rugby, cricket, athletics, etc. I think get coached. Indoor cricket centre over the back of us, and yeah, it's a busy place.
Next delivery from Pennington is blocked by Ravindra. Back to the bowler it goes.
But it has, yeah, it's gone a bit chilly, but that it'll make the journey home a little bit more pleasant. Perhaps it won't be too hot. I had a tweet from Ivan Willis. Love these. Enjoying your commentary in southern Spain, looking across the ocean to the Rock of Gibraltar.
Oh, nice.
Very
this
nice.
is defended. I like Gibraltar. We went there about 6 years ago, and one or two people said, "Oh, you don't want to bother. It's like Blackpool, and you know, Blackpool has its charms, doesn't it?" But, I went there, and I was mildly surprised. That was quite a nice place. A lot of interest. Went into those caves up on the mountain.
I've never been. See a few monkeys, I should think.
Yeah, plenty of monkeys. Yeah. The when you go onto the, it's a peninsula really. You drive across the runway of the airport to get onto Gibraltar. This is played by Ravindra out towards mid-off nowhere in there, and then there's these tunnels where the road goes around the back of the rock, and these tunnels come right through the middle of the rock. It's quite an interesting place. Cheapest petrol I think I've ever bought in my life. There was a Morrison's there, and it was about 45p a litre or something.
Don't rub it in. Don't rub it in, after what I said this morning. Baker's coming on for an early bowl. I think you can see what the thinking is here. Gibbon having a good bowl. Baker give a bit more experience to the youngsters. That'll be part of the plan.
What's the over rate? +1.
+1, so that'll probably just sort it out, won't
Isn't
it?
it funny?
We're going to have 10 minutes to tea.
If you have a positive over rate, you don't get points back, do you? But if you have a negative over rate, you lose points.
Yeah. Well, I suppose you could just whiz through your overs so quickly you get lots of points. You'd be top of the league. Lost every game.
But you bowled more overs than anyone else.
Yeah. Come on, lads. 2 pace run up. We'll have 5 points by the end of the day. Yeah. It's positive though, isn't it? I do think in tests, I think, but you know when you're charging £140 a ticket and people get short-changed, I think that's not right, is it?
No.
Baker round the wicket, bowls and pushed out on the offside by Jones. So nice to hear from Ivan over there in the sunshine.
Yeah.
Probably makes it.
There's a big
bit
port
more listenable
on the other side of the bay, which you can see from the Rock of Gibraltar.
Baker again is in and bowls, and Jones is really diligently forward and watches the ball right onto the face of his bat and pushes out on the offside.
Is that the office?
That's my update time.
Algeciras, that's the port you can see. That's a busy port on the other side of the bay. And then there's actually part of Spain in Africa as well. This is defended one-handed here by Jones, leaning a long way to meet a ball from Baker. Quetta, I think it is. There's a tiny little corner of Spain right in the northern tip of Morocco. As this is played out into the cover area, no run there. We went to the Gibraltar the week that England lost the World Cup final at the West Indies in India when Stokes got hit for those 4 sixes. This is played away by Jones to deep square leg for one. Watch that final with Kevin Hand, the Middlesex commentator, in a sports bar at Ben El Madina up on the coast just south of Malaga. Ravindra is on 17 from 34 balls. Baker is going to come left arm over to the left-hander. This one's played back to him, and that is the end of the over 12 gone. Are they a little bit early, are they there?
Oh, they're a bit too early for me. Yeah. My phone, well, it wasn't 3:30, so there's not much you can do if they
Just
come
gone
too early, is there?
3:31.
Not much you can do.
No.
Got through that over fairly quickly, as usual. Baker. Pennington short, pulled away by Jones for 4. Good shot, poor delivery, and the boundary easily picked up by Jones. 27 now to him. He's looked untroubled, made 21 in the first innings. You won't get many easier ones than that on this pitch. Dropped in short and just pulled away with complete control behind square for 4. 44 without loss now. Pennington again in bowls.
So is that you done then for the 3:30?
No. Well, yeah, they don't want. Yeah, yeah, a bit. Well,
right. Well, if you
less than
I'll be batting the
less than gruntled. Yeah. Yeah. 44 without loss with that boundary. Pennington turns again at the Lumley end. Comes into bowl to the right-handed Jones. Right arm over. Jones drives out on the offside. Barnard moves across at extra cover. Bends down to field it. Doesn't quite field it. D'Oliveira completes the job behind him. No run. The lead is 136. Next ball from Pennington clipped up to Azhar Ali at mid-on. And there's no run. Ravindra 17, the non-striker, following his 217 in the first innings. Jones on strike, steers this one down behind square on the offside. Fielded by Libby, fires the throw back into Roderick, and there's no run. So, tea approaching, and Pennington again in bowls, and Jones drives back up the pitch. Pennington falls over in his follow through. Ball misses the stumps at the non-striker's end. Fielded by Azhar Ali. Mid-on end of the over from Pennington. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9. His figures. Baker has bowled just the 1 over for 1 run, and the other 2 bowlers used. Charlie Morris 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15, and Ben Gibbon 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 19. Baker over the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra, who drives up to mid-off where D'Oliveira does the fielding. Baker again is in and bowls, and Ravindra is forward and gets a little outside edge to this one, just runs it behind square on the offside for a single, pursued by Barnard from slip. Baker round the wicket now to the right-hander. Bowls and runs for Jones as this goes down the leg side, very fine. Just gets a little tickle on it, I think. It might be leg boys. No, four runs off the bat. Just drifting down the leg side. Baker stands with his hand to his chin at the end of his follow through. Just wondering quite how that one has ended up in going for 4. Just a slight error of line, and the batsman just flicking it with hands quick enough to get a little inside edge on it and give it enough energy to run away down to fine leg. Baker is in again, bowls, and forward comes Jones and pushes out on the onside. There's no run, 49 without loss. Baker again in, bowls, hits on the pad, and that's a shout for LBW. Looked reasonably close, might have just been drifting on down. Just a tad. A tad sloppy, lazy, not probably too strong a word, but Jones just perhaps not concentrating as hard as he might have done on that one. Just got a bit loose, much better this time, pushes out on the onside end of the over. Jones has 31, he's been pretty fluent, 47 deliveries he's faced. Ravindra 18 off 37 deliveries. The lead is 141, Durham of 49 without loss.
Gloucestershire all out for 213. Kent will need 88 runs to get their first win of the season, and Glamorgan need 141 to win their game in Cardiff from 41 overs. Pennington bowling here. It's the start of his 4th over, none for 9 so far. Last over before tees is played away. Out through mid-wicket. 1 run. 50 runs on the board. 50 for none.
Over 8 +1 now. Doesn't take long.
Is that 14.1 overs? Well, that angled across and came away sharply. It's gone off down towards fine leg. Leg by is about to be signalled by the umpire. Jones on strike there. It's the lead, 142. In comes the bowler. Oh, chopped down onto the ground by Ravindra. Thick inside edge. I think it's hit his back foot and shot away from the stumps. Yeah, it's hit his back foot. David Willey's going back to Northampton. Pain and miss from Ravindra outside the line of off stump this time. He was going after that one with some purpose, but didn't get connection on. It'd be handy for the babysitting, because Peter Willey was driving up the Leeds to do babysitting last time I was speaking to him. So, he still lives in Northampton. One for none, 2 balls left of this over. Pennington right arm round to Ravindra, plays it down into the ground, it bounces high back to the bowler, who snatches it and then looks as if he's going to throw it back towards Ravindra's stumps. Azhar Ali and James Middlebrook seemed to be in a deep discussion about something. Middlebrook was a former Northants player as well. Played for Yorkshire and Essex too. Played against Durham for MCC in Abu Dhabi in the first floodlit game in Pink Ball match 2010. Played out under the covers this time by Ravindra, and that is tea. Everybody's walking off. Durham have faced 15 overs. They're 51 without loss. They lead by 143. Jones has 31. Ravindra has 19. And we'll see you in 20 minutes' time.
Oh, yes, spotter! Oh! See ya! Your boy! Yes guys, how's it going? You're watching Cricket District and this is episode 2 of Village vs Pro with thanks to Canterbury. We're here at the beautiful Chester Street in Durham to play 3 overs against Durham's finest bowlers. Their all-time leading wicket taker Chris Rushworth, club captain Scott Borthwick and up-and-coming talent Matty Potts. Can't wait to get started, I'm pretty nervous. Let's get going. Scott, can I have middle please?
Yep, spot on.
Thanks very much. Right, Village vs Pro, episode 2. Let's take on Scott Borthwick, Durham captain, leg spinner. Oh. I run. Well bowled.
Say that all right. One in the covers. Have one or a dot?
It's a dot.
Alright. If I'm a point, it's definitely one.
Giving me one. Okay, give me one.
Hey, were you not watching the one with Rashid Khan? His favourite shot.
That's a hell of a shot.
Like it was a full toss.
Yeah, but he made it a full toss.
Absolutely middled it as well. They're going to spin when it doesn't bounce, mate.
Right, third ball, 5 runs on the board.
Oh.
1.
Oh. What are you giving out? 4, because we've got everyone up. Everyone up 4. You need to swing harder than that, like. In the stand. Give it to him.
Oh!
Dot ball, yeah.
That's a dot.
Yeah. Oh, well done, mate. Got a dot in. Squeeze the dot. Get out your over. Brand new scoreboard. It's never been hit before yet. Get loose. Point up, badge.
Oh! Oh,
two.
That's out. Oh, failures. Good? Yeah, well played.
Thanks very much.
Very well played. Great reverse sweep shot that. Came with the screws that as well, didn't it?
Not too bad.
Got it on the full toss, beauty.
What have I got next?
Now you've got Matthew Potts, opening bowler, quite quick. Open your eyes, watch the ball.
Okay.
Yeah, stay relaxed.
Thanks, Scott.
Good luck, eh?
First over, what start?
First over, that was all right. I towed that last one. I'm disappointed because actually I got to it on the full. But
I think we might have to give you out for that one.
Yeah, I think it's probably caught him in wicket. It was a horrible hoik. But yeah, really enjoyed it. Borthwick, great lad. Now the pace battle begins. This lad is rapid. He just told me he bowls 86 miles an hour, but on a good day with wind, he's bowling 90. Fingers crossed.
Right, first one. Take two. Oi! Oh. Mate.
Sharp.
It's a rock that. Get past that, Potty.
I know, yeah.
Oh my god, that is so great.
Oh, yes, Potter!
All stayed out of the way, Toby, that's good.
Yes, well played, Toby. Matt, I don't think you enjoyed my attempt at the ramp. No,
nope.
No, okay. Come on, Toby, come on, watch the ball, watch the ball, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, watch the ball, watch the ball, watch the ball.
Oh!
That was the one, top bowled.
Toby, is this the fastest you've ever faced?
But yeah, by about 50 miles an hour.
Oh, on the glove.
I'm alright.
Don't rub it.
Still there, mate, you're still there.
Just roughed him up a little bit now.
Right, last ball against Matty Potts. I have survived the over. I'm still very nervous, last ball.
Oh!
Hey, well
love
played,
that.
Toby.
Hey, have some of that. Good start, Toby.
That's 6. Right, survived an over from Matty Potts. Now it's time for Durham's greatest ever wicket taker, Chris Rushworth. Always wanted to face him. Let's give it a go.
Oh!
Get a slip in, Rushy. Go for 4, go for 4, go for 4, go for 4. Yes.
Hey, Rush. Gully, surely.
No, cold hands in the slips this time of year. 14 for 1. It's a very generous scoring, but I'll take it.
Oh! Yeah. Wish you might not take hand like that. There'd be a bumper in here. Maybe. Just to keep him on his toes. Ooh. Alright. Oh!
Well, I think it might be a different affair if it was a newer ball.
Big first off ball.
Okay, good to go. 2 balls left from Chris Rushworth. I've only got out once to these boys. This might be the time. Come on, watch the ball, watch the ball, watch the ball. Oh! That is quite a good delivery from the Durham legend. Right, last ball from Chris Rushworth. Come on, Toby, got to hit 6.
Oh!
All right, that was amazing fun. I reckon they took it very easy on me. Otherwise they would have probably broken some ribs or something, but thanks to the boys. Time for Jack to have a bat.
Oh, I'm nervous.
I'm not even gonna have a guard, it's that village. Oi! What are you giving that?
You did it.
No.
That's close, I reckon.
Oh.
That's close.
We'll put it in slow motion now.
Mate, I told you he bowled it wrong on first ball.
Terrible, terrible start.
Oh! Beat 45.
Yeah, it's gone past 45. Has it gone for 4?
Nah, 2.
2? Give him 2 for that.
2 there.
Oh,
We're ball
Hey, Jack. Feels really quick.
Let's go.
Oh! Yeah, your boy! That's a hell of a shot. It's gone a very, very long way. We'll be taking that.
Let's go.
Oh! Come on. Well played, Jack.
Top ball, maybe.
Oh, hello.
Oh, top ball.
Well bowled. Jack's second over here against Matty Potts, mid-80s. Let's see what happens. Very, very nervous.
Oh, runs!
Woo. That is so quick.
Oh, runs!
Oh. Well left, Jack.
Catch him.
That is so
How
out.
was that?
How many slips do you have?
2 in the gully.
Nah, wide. Not out.
Oh. Not bowled.
All we've got to do is just stay in. But he's just so quick.
Oh. What a take from the keeper.
It's a nice over, Potty.
Get over this.
Oh,
Runs.
it's another 4. It's a good bad over.
I just can't see it. It's rapid. Absolutely rapid.
What did you make of that from Jack? Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. I'm just not happy with my slip feelers there, I don't think. Slip feelers have cost me a few diving over them, letting them go for 4.
It's early April, their hands are cold.
Early April, but I'll give them a scolding when we get the change rooms.
Whoa.
Well played,
That's
Jack.
quick as
Well
well.
played.
Third man, productive.
I'll just do one then.
But I think I've got to try and hit him away on here. Come on, got this.
Oh!
Oh, just short.
Just short of mid-off.
Top ball.
As a proper village cricket swing.
Swing harder!
Oh, well played. Well played. Oh, well played. Oh! How was that missed? Last ball of Village versus Pro, with thanks to Canterbury at Durham, Chris Rushworth, County Championship legend, bowling at village cricketer Jack Meacher. Last ball.
Last one, nowhere near as many runs as Toby. He did incredibly well, but just, I want these stumps intact actually. I want these stumps intact actually.
Oh! Middle stump out the ground. That is a beauty from Rushworth.
Thank you very much for that. Enjoyed it a lot.
What a way to finish Village versus Pro. These guys have been absolutely awesome. Thank you so much to Canterbury for sorting out today. It's been amazing. Looking forward to the next one. See you next time.
Hey, I'm Chris Hughes and I'm here in the beautiful Northeast in a place I absolutely adore. And today I'm with Virtue Motors and I'm going to be joined by 6 first-rate athletes at the very top of their game and I'm going to be putting them through their paces. So let's go see what today's got in store. So this is where we're going to be putting our 6 athletes to the test. The Beacon Elite, home of Sunderland AFC's Foundation Elite charity. It's an amazing complex, so let's go show you around. For Newcastle Eagles, Marina Fernandez. She's known as Captain Fantastic, leading her team to a British Basketball League Cup final this season. And Darius Defoe, the most decorated player in British basketball history. Mr. 27 is a true North East sporting legend. For Durham Cricket, we've got Rachel Hopkins, a key figure in the Northern Diamonds team, a coach and a proper all-rounder, and Chris Rushworth, Durham's leading wicket taker in their history. This guy knows how to perform at the highest level. And for Sunderland, we've got Patrick Roberts, one of the most exciting Sunderland signings this season, and Jermaine Defoe. This guy needs no introduction, a proper true Sunderland and England legend, part of the Premier League's 100 club. So we're here on the 4G pitch. This is on the roof of the Beacon Elite and this is where we'll be having the football challenge. Over there, we've got the speed cage. Let me just show you how it's done. Let's see if they got that in the locker. Oh, 43, that's not bad. That's a good strike as well. Yes, 47. Oh, 42. Yes, 51, now we're talking. Nice. Technique that. Nice, 54.5. Oh, okay, we've got a game on here, 51.9. Oh, nice, that was your number. Nice, 58.6. Strong. Nice, 58.1. So the cricketing challenge is up next. It's very simple. The ball will be fed out and the players have to retrieve the ball from each of the 3 stations and aim to hit the wickets with the ball. If they do that correctly, the team who hits it the most times will win the challenge.
One. Each point. Oh.
Yes, nice. Oh yeah, okay. So they're all warming up in the background. You can see them behind me. We're going to be throwing 3 free throws each and 3 3-pointers. Let's see who comes out on top. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, okay. You're all born, isn't it? Oh, that's the one. Oh, nice. Nothing but net. Behind the arc, you can actually choose anywhere from behind the arc. If you feel a bit more comfortable from the side, which for me personally being a profound 3-point shooter, I like to take it from the edge there. Oh, not bad. Nice form. Oh, nice. That was nice. Don't mind it, it's good technique. Oh yeah. So that concludes the Virtue Motors Cross Sport Challenge and we have the results. In last place, Newcastle Eagles. It was a good effort.
Here we go then, the final 50 or so minutes of this game. In beautiful sunshine here in Chesley Street, Durham resuming their second innings on 51 without loss and leading Worcestershire by 143. Round the wicket comes Gibbon, left arm round and a play and a miss. First delivery from Jones, through to the keeper. It's wide of the off stump. In comes Gibbon. This is played down towards third man by Jones for 1. He moves on to 32. Ashton Turner's been for a net. Wonder if he'll return this weekend, perhaps, for Durham. He's had issues with his shoulders over the years and popped his shoulder out of place at Northampton at T20 3 weeks ago. Gibbon, driven by Ravindra out into the covers. Barnard dives on top of it and stops it. Gibbon in, bowls, turned out through mid-wicket by Ravindra, 4, 2, 1. Yes, just resuming after tea here on this final day. I think we've probably got about 50 minutes of action left here before they shake hands on a draw, because the game's going nowhere. Durham 53 without loss in their second innings, lead by 145. That was after they bowled Worcestershire out earlier for 550, but they ended up bowling 179 overs and conceded a club record 81 extras in the process. So they can shake hands on a draw around about 5 o'clock, and that is likely to be what will happen. Gibbon in, round the wicket, playing a miss from Jones, looking to cut outside the off stump, played and missed, and then thumped himself on the thigh for a lack of concentration, I think, and being lured into that delivery. In comes the bowler. This is played out into the covers. Dot ball. End of the over then, 53 for none.
And Josh Baker coming on at the Lumley end for the first time. Over the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra. Coming in now with the score on 53 without loss. Easy to, as he beats him outside the off stump, easy to be disparaging about this last knockings of this game, but as I was saying earlier, it means different things to different individuals. There'll be people with good memories of landmarks achieved in this game as Baker bowls again to Ravindra, and Baker, still 19 years old, hasn't played that much first class cricket in with a chance here of picking up a big wicket if he can get out a test player. So lots to play for lots of people in various ways. Ravindra just goes for a little walk before settling in again and bowling, and Baker to him, and he drives up to mid-off. Azhar Ali is the fielder. There's no run. Nice sunny evening again here at Chester Street. As we near the end of the game, Baker bowls. Ravindra just steers this down behind square on the offside and takes a single. Takes the score onto 54 without loss, and his own score onto 21. Gareth Roderick just adjusting the position of the sweeper on the offside boundary slightly as Baker comes in to the right-handed Jones, who pushes out on the onside. Baker in his third over, he's conceded 7 runs so far. Gibbon 6 overs, no mids, no wicket for 21. Operating from this Finkel end at which we sit. Baker bowls. Jones looking to turn this on the leg side. Might have turned a little bit, can't see because my view is obscured by wicketkeeper and batsman. Took him on the pad, went away on the offside. A half appeal from Baker. Nothing doing. End of the over. And it's 54 without loss. There's a few spectators in the ground. I don't think there's as many as there were this morning, actually. I think people have probably, certainly from tea, they've probably thought, well, you know, we know we're going to see the captain shaking hands within the hour. And to all intents and purposes, the cricket that matters in this game has already been played. Ben Gibbon to start new over from the Finkel end, bowls, and full of length and driven by Ravindra back up the pitch. And the bowler does his own fielding. Just going to bring you a bit of news from the Worcestershire second team game. Some people will be listening, might have some interest. It's being played at Barnt Green, and slightly on the wrong end of that as well, the pairs. As Gibbon is in and bowls, and that's short, quick actually, and I think that took Ravindra by surprise. He went for the pull shot. It was through him before he completed the shot, taken by Roderick. Good delivery from Gibbon. In that game at Barnt Green, then Leicestershire in their first innings, 614 for 7 declared. Worcestershire then 225 all out. An innings in which lots of people got in. Fell made 27, Neil 26, Banton 20, Leach 23, Cullen top scored with 41. In comes Gibbon again, single to Ravindra down to third man. Walker 29, Jones 29, so lots of Worcestershire batsmen getting in, but nobody really going on to anything of any real substance. Consequently, they're following on, and following on, they are 59 for 1 in 16 overs. Tom Fell is 37 not out. So bit of rebuilding, recovery work to do there for the Worcestershire seconds at Barnt Green. Gibbon going round the wicket now to the right-handed Jones. He's in, he bowls, and Jones is in behind that, pushing up to Charlie Morris at mid-off, and there's no run. So we've had a game here where the bat has dominated the ball. 642 for 7 Durham in their first innings. 96 from Scott Borthwick. Seems ages ago now when he was out 4 short of that 100 sweeping at Josh Baker. And then double 100 from Ravindra, and then maiden hundreds from both Ben Rain and Paul Coughlin. Gibbon round the wicket, bowls. Jones drives off the back foot, fielded by Baker in the covers. 6:42 for 7 in 155 overs. Worcestershire's leading wicket taker in that innings, Ben Gibbon, 4 for 127. In reply, Worcestershire 550 all out. Remember, they were 431 for 6 overnight, and that was after Brett D'Oliveira had been out just before the close last night for exactly 100. Jack Haynes having made 68. And Azhar Ali 45, and 431 for 6 when they resumed this morning. Gibbon in bowls again and turned on the onside by Jones. No run, end of the over, 55 without loss. And well, they played pretty well between this morning, and Ed Barnard was out for 128. Baker went for 3. Gibbon without scoring, but with lunch coming with them on 5:32 for 9, the important thing was that they got past that follow-on figure if the game was going to be drawn, so important from a Worcestershire point of view. And they still needed 12 when the 9th wicket went down, but a partnership of 69 in the end for the last wicket between Pennington and Roderick. Roderick shepherding them past that follow-on figure. Baker bowls, Ravindra drives up to mid-on, D'Oliveira fields, no run, and that partnership of 69, the highest for Worcestershire's last wicket against Durham in any game. 44 each, Pennington and Roderick, before Pennington was actually out. Johnny Bushnell getting his first ever wicket in first class cricket, leaving Gareth Roderick unbeaten on 44. 181 balls he faced. He only hit 2 fours, but it was easily his most significant contribution in a Worcestershire shirt. Baker bowls, Ravindra drives up to mid-on, bit straighter, gets a single this time. And Roderick be well pleased with his work in this game. 5 catches, no byes in 155 overs, that's good going. And that very, very important 44, so it's easily the best game, as I say, that Gareth Roderick's had since his move up the M5 from Bristol. And just been joined by Ash Thorpe. Good afternoon, Ash. Good to see you.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Just been saying that although this game is ending in a bit flat, really, Baker bowling again and Jones pushing out on the onside, there'll be lots of reasons that different people remember it.
Absolutely.
Coggers, Paul Coughlin, Ben Rain with their maiden hundreds.
Ravindra.
Double 100 for Ravindra. Gareth Roderick, as I say, 100 for Brett D'Oliveira, is 11th in first class cricket, and 100 for Ed Barnard. So lots of reasons that different members of this team will regard it as more than just a drawn game. Baker again round the wicket, pushed out, no run. He competes and doesn't complete his over. He bowls the 5th ball is over to Jones, who pushes out on the offside. Lovely sunshine. And,
beautiful day out there.
Yeah, there was a bit of tension around about lunchtime when they thought they might not save the follow-on, and that 9th wicket went down. But once that happened, I think we all knew that the writing was on the wall as regards the result. Jones pushes out on the onside. End of the over, 56 without loss. Jones has 32, Ravindra has 23. I think these two will both now just be saying, let's not get out, let's get a red inker here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially somebody like Jones making his way in the game. Be looking to put a stamp on that with the likes of Lees away on England duty.
Yeah.
And Sean Dixon lurking in the shadows, although he's injured at the moment and he's playing well. But yeah, like you say, opportunities, first class runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
And wickets for the young attack here at Worcester. Ben Gibbon looks like he's just about wanting to head back to the bus already, bless him. It's been a long, long few days in the dirt for both sides.
Yeah, Ben Gibbon just starting a new over down below us. Didn't get any runs today, but he faced 20 odd deliveries and he played his part in a partnership that took Worcestershire a bit nearer to that follow-on figure. Starts here with a full-length ball which Ravindra drives on the offside. We're having a chat with the scorers about things at tea time and about pitches and that kind of thing, and they were saying about how, you know, they get told off if the pitches do too much, and then people complain when they don't do enough, and I agree with that. And
it's a tough job, isn't it?
I think it was the second team scorers in there said, best pitch I've seen this year, he said, was in a second team game between Derbyshire and Durham. It was at Repton School. And I said,
there you
you're
go.
talking to the right man. As Gibbon comes into bowl, And Ravindra drives
It's a lovely
straight down
punch.
the ground. Beautiful, just a little punch. Shades of Graham Smith, the South African, or Matt Hayden or someone like that in that shot. Just a little ease back past the bowler, and he gets 4 for it. And I said, well, you're talking to the right man, because I was in charge of cricket at Repton for quite a long time, and I was responsible for the digging up and relaying of that pitch. Didn't do it myself, but under my guidance. And I actually said I've actually got some photos, and I took this and showed him. And the first one says the beautiful setting of Repton cricket for the second 11 championship game. That's the game he was talking about.
Yep.
And I said it didn't look quite so good in the summer of 2004. And there's one of us relaying the strips on the square.
You're right.
It's Gibbon again, he's in and bowls, and Ravindra steers down to third man. He's going to get 4 more here, because that's raced away off the edge, and Pennington can't get across. And he goes on to 31, 64 without loss.
Looked like a lovely square, by the way.
We used the sort of Cora machine and took it down, and then we relayed the whole outfield as well. We used a laser levelling on the outfield because it got a bit uneven. Played on it the next year.
Fantastic.
Not good radio, I'm showing Ash pictures here, but
we're having fun.
But I was so delighted, really, to hear somebody say it's the best pitch I've seen all year. And he said Derbyshire are keen to play a Royal London game there, which would be really nice. They played a Sunday League game there many years ago. Thatch Pavilion in the corner, beautiful setting. Here's Gibbon again, bowls, and Ravindra pushing out on the onside for 2 runs. Baker running round from mid-wicket to field. Ravindra just beginning to go through the gears now. 33 not out, very sort of a little bit uncertain at the start, beaten by a couple of really good deliveries from Gibbon before tea, but he's 33 now. He's overtaken Jones, and it's 66 without loss. And a young man, or youngish man, called Cameron Wake is now running the cricket at Repton as the master in charge, alongside Chris Reed, former England wicketkeeper and Notts captain, who's coaching. And they've got a really good young side together at the moment, from what I gather, as Ravindra drives another one from Gibbon up to mid-off, where D'Oliveira fields. And in common, Ash, with lots of clubs and schools at the moment, they've started streaming all their games. So
I'm trying to get it for my college as well.
That you can actually watch the games. There's no commentary or anything, but the schools are all flashed up, and
it's a good package.
Just a brilliant initiative, isn't it? I think. Great to see. A lot of clubs in the Birmingham Premier League are doing it now as well. Here's Gibbon, left arm over to the left-handed Ravindra, who plays a funny sort of shot. He went to sort of square drive it, and then ended up, it didn't come on, and he sort of took his bottom hand off the bat and just sort of squirted it away square on the offside for a single. End of the over from Gibbon. 8 overs, no mains, no wicket for 33. Bit expensive, but he's bowled some good deliveries in amongst that. It's 67 without loss, and we're anticipating about another half hour, Ash, I think, before they shake hands.
Yeah. A well-earned draw from both parties, I would say, with the ball.
Yeah.
The batters had much the better of the game.
I suppose you're looking at Worcestershire walking away with 13 points and Durham with 14 points. So as far as the league table's concerned, what difference is that going to make? Well,
not a lot.
Durham are going to be just still behind Worcestershire. So Worcestershire will still be third, as Marty was saying earlier. Middlesex and Notts look as though they're going to take some catching. As Baker bowls to Ravindra, pushes out on the offside. And there was one thing we were debating this morning: is 8 points too many for a draw? I think it is a questionable point. I think
it's tough. Yeah, would Durham have declared?
Earlier,
an hour and a half earlier, potentially,
Yeah.
with risking losing the game to risk winning it.
Yeah, pushed out on the offside by Ravindra, no run.
And maybe that is something that needs looking at. Greater rewards for the win.
Yeah, it only came in with the Bob Willis Trophy, I think, the 8 points for a draw, didn't it? Joe Root was a champion of it, saying that teams deserved a bit more credit, especially if they battled back, and I can see that. As Ravindra pushes away for a single. But I agree with you, and I do tend to, I mean, hindsight, as we all know, can change your judgments and make them seem very good when they're not, and everything else. But I had a feeling that I thought they batted on a bit too long in that first
inning. I think they did. I mean, it was lovely for the two lads to bring up their centuries, but it wasn't for the good of the game.
Baker round the wicket to the right-handed Jones. He's forward to this, pushes out on the onside.
Then you could say the same potentially in Worcester's innings. Do they risk declaring behind?
Yeah.
To set up a potential run chase on the last day.
But of course they were never in a position to do that because
Absolutely.
the game was so deep into the third day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Baker bowls again, pushes out on the offside. Yeah, I do think when a team has gone on and got when a team's got 642 and there's one session left in the third day and you start your first innings, Baker in again, bowls, Jones defends again. You've not got any option other than just to keep batting.
Yeah, you're not in the driving seat at all, are you? Your first thought is getting past that follow-on, which they scraped through. But
yeah, they did. It was, and there was a little bit of tension. But as soon as that happened, you kind of thought, well, you know,
it's almost worth shaking hands at that point. Isn't it? I know it's not possible.
I thought, that's well, you're echoing almost exactly what I said actually, Ash, this afternoon. Jake Libby going to have a little bowl, which is a luxury.
Yeah, let the big fellas put their feet up now. There's no point in flogging them to death.
A couple of T20s coming up. Some of them probably have their feet up for a few days. Well, they'll do a bit of practice, of course. Those that don't necessarily play in the T20. Libby coming into the attack.
I know Durham have got quite a run of championship games in the seconds the next consecutive 3 weeks. I don't know if that's the same for all counties, but I think that Rushworth and Salisbury will probably dip into the seconds to continue their red ball season.
Yeah. Libby's going around the wicket. Little bit of a interest here as he bowls, and this one's turned by Ravindra off his pads down to fine leg. It's run away quite quickly. It's got a thick edge on that.
I think it was edge too. Yeah.
Those bats are so big, aren't they? In the old days, little inside edge trickle away, but now it races away. And he gets 3 for it. But what I was going to say, a little bit of excitement because you don't want to get out to a bowler like Libby. He's an occasional off spin. He's not the worst. He even bowled the odd over in T20, but you do not want to get out to him if you're a proper batsman. And he will be dining out on it for years if he gets Ravindra out here. Yeah, he got double 100 in the first innings as well. I just slipped one past the outside edge.
Especially if he goes on to any kind of status in international cricket.
Yeah, Michael Vaughan talking about that miracle delivery that he bowled Tendulkar with still to this day.
Yeah. Remember
71 without loss. Here's Libby in. Bowls and Jones, well, disrespect. You can't bowl that to me, he says. He just slams him away down to wide long on. Loose delivery, and well, he just carted it really, didn't he?
Yeah, back foot, a bit of a straight back pull shot, wasn't it? Between mid wicket and mid on.
Not much
nonchalant.
Not much respect for the Libby off spin from Jones on that occasion. He goes to 36, 75 without loss. Libby again bowls, and this one's very slow, and he waited really well for it and played a back cut.
He's done well to get enough pace on that to go for 4.
He did really well to get enough pace on it because it was so slow. But 4 more. I'm going to shoot off in a minute for my update because they came to me too early last time, Ash, and it resulted in another one of those.
I think Marty's just been talking about taking torches around the northeast.
And they came to me too early, and I was done. Libby bowls, and that's better, straighter, dead slow again, and he just lets it run onto the face of the bat and turns it out on the offside. Libby again in, bowls, and Jones goes back, pushes back to the bowler. 79 without loss. I'd hate to be batting now, wouldn't you? Just it's an absolute hiding to. I mean, it'd be nice to get out there and get a red anchor, but I mean, if someone like Libby comes on to bowl, and you just think, I don't want to get out to this, and he comes again.
I'm thinking the opposite. I think these are free runs.
Well,
to be honest.
okay.
A little bit of confidence.
I suppose that's it. There's 2 sides of the coin on there. End of the over, single taken. Jones keeps the strike. 41 to him, 38 to Ravindra, and I'm off to do my update.
Perfect. Thanks, Frank. Yeah, like I said, they're perfect opportunity just to accumulate some runs and build some confidence. Jones has done really well in the T20 format without going on and making a match-winning contribution. Got lots of starts and got Durham off to some flyers at times. But yeah, just Baker still working away. Ball from the Lumley end, left arm around the wicket to Jones. But this game just meandering to a draw. Around 5 o'clock I think they can shake hands, Marty, is that right? Yep. Which I'm sure they will. As Baker comes into ball, and this is defended out into the offside by Jones for no run. It's been a beautiful day here at Chesley Street as Jones defends this one out into the leg side and looks for what should have been an easy single, but Ravindra now apologises to Jones, saying, yeah, we should have run there, but I haven't. Hand up. That one's on me. This is where shouts of he shouldn't be down this end, lads. Well, they're probably not even bothered at this point. They're just going through the motions, looking for the end of this game. This one again is tucked away to a similar area down the leg side, and Jones will come back for 2 this time. Time this one a little bit better. Out into the deep. And moves on to 43. Looking for another 50, Jones. I'll grab some stats off Marty in a moment to his first class stats on 50s, etc. But the score moves along to 82 without loss. As Baker again comes in left arm round the wicket. This one's defended down the pitch and to mid-on by Jones for no run. 82 without loss. Baker bowls this, darts this one in a little bit, and Jones defends this one back to the bowler. Again for another dot. 1 ball remaining in the over. Best day weather-wise of the 4. As Jones this time tucks it into the leg side. That'll be no run, and that'll end the over. Durham are 82 without loss. Jones, so he's looking for his... How many did he get in the first innings? 21. So he's looking for his 4th first class 50 to go along with his century. High score of 108 versus Leicestershire. As the 12th man brings out some drinks and towels for the batsman. Marty's just done some calculations and he loves a stat. There's been 2,595 runs scored. And how many wickets? 27 wickets. Incredible stuff. That's some runs between these two sides. 8 days that the bowlers will want to forget, absolutely no doubt about that. Some batsmen will be happy though. There'll be some memories for batters, as we were just talking about. As Libby comes round the wicket to left-handed Ravindra, who just defends this one out onto the offside for no run. I guess Ben Rain will look back fondly with the ball. 4 for him. Probably the most successful of the bowlers. As Libby again, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra, who's just happy to defend this one back down the pitch for no run. A few people still in the ground, enjoying the sunshine. It's been a beautiful day up here in the northeast. And Libby tosses this one up, and this is slapped to mid-off by Ravindra, and he'll come through for a single. Moves him on to 39. Let's go along to 83 for without loss. 29 minutes remaining in the day's play before the teams shake hands. As Libby comes into ball, and this one again is defended away for no run, by this time by Michael Jones. Two balls remaining and Libby's over, and this one again on the money and defended. No risks being taken by these two. I think going along with Frank, just quite happy to preserve their wickets at this time. look to get to the close of play with that red ink. Little boost for the average of Jones. And Libby comes in. Last ball of his over, and this one's flighted, and it beats the bat and is nicely taken by Roderick. Yorked himself there, Jones. And that ends the over. 83 without loss. "28 minutes on the clock." Incredible, yeah. I'm sure you heard that there from Marty. 2,595 for 27 across the two matches. As the Worcester coaching staff do one last lap around Chesley Street, stretching their legs before they get on the bus and head home tonight. And this time Baker is on the money. Ravindra defends out into the leg side for no run. And this one's defended out into the leg side, this time by Ravindra. Another dot. Marty just doubting his stat-making ability there, but he's actually reconfirmed that he is good at this. He's a machine, best in the business. As Baker comes in, this one a little bit outside off stump. Ravindra knocks this one into the offside and says, yes, Michael Jones will have a single. 84 without loss. Ravindra onto 40, looking for another 50 for him to go with his double century on debut here for Durham. Marty will be just had a little tingle down the spine there as Frank keeps mentoring Ever on his Ever watch. And this one's tossed up and just knocked back to Baker for another dot. Nice and easy for the scorers at the moment. There's Jones this time, tucks it away into the leg side, but again another dot. 83 without loss. Baker just taking his time a little bit more than he did in the first innings. This one right arm over the wicket, and Jones happy to defend to end the over. 84 without loss. Michael Jones on 43. Yeah, 37 was it, sorry. 37 wickets. And Ravindra on 40, Jones on 43. Just trying to beat the pollen count at the moment. It's winning. Jake Libby still into the attack, resuming from the Finkelania ball. Right arm around the wicket to Ravindra. This one's played off the back foot, a very full ball, and just defended out into the offside for no run. Libby again round the wicket, and this time just pushed back down. Libby, right arm round the wicket, and Ravindra just happy to defend this away. Game just drifting on here. 642 for 7, Durham in their first innings. Worcester 550 in reply. This one's full and straight and defended into the leg side, and now Durham 84 without loss in their second innings. As players will definitely be looking at that clock on the scoreboard, a bit like the rest of us on a Friday afternoon, looking for that to hit 5 o'clock. 2 seconds as Libby bowls this one full, and Ravindra pushes this one down the ground for a single. Ravindra now on to 41. And Michael Jones on 43.
Yeah, that would have been exciting. 2,000 wickets, wouldn't it?
As Libby now over the wicket to Jones, who tucks this one around the corner. It might be off the thigh pad. I'm not sure. No signal from the umpire, so it's another single to Jones. He moves on to 44. Ravindra 41 and 86 without loss.
Wonder what they're talking about in the middle there.
What time is it?
Yeah.
I reckon, can we get to 50? Can we get not out, and can we walk off this ground? I think it would be the objectives of these two right now.
The Ashton Turner's just been for another net, and
he was absolutely smoking it as I walked past.
Right,
I came back from our game up the road.
I would imagine we'll see him on Friday then.
I get the feeling he'll play and Beddingham won't.
Yeah, well,
so it'll be him and AJ Ty.
Yeah,
is my feeling.
Yeah, that would make sense. As Baker bowls a new over. This is swept around the corner by Jones, and he's going to run 3. Did he get bat on it or not? He didn't. It's going to be leg byes, I think.
Byes. Yeah, it just bounced a little bit, that one, down the leg side.
Yeah, well, Beddingham's gone for a scan on his shoulder today because he looked like he may have dislocated his shoulder yesterday, diving to stop a 4 on the boundary. Very hard outfield. And
it is. Yeah, they looked in a bit of discomfort. Graham Clark doing a lot of sub-fielding for him. Wish him a speedy recovery, as he's just recovered from a back injury. I still think he's carrying a niggle there in that back.
I think so, yeah. Baker in his 8th over here. This is defended by Ravindra.
But exciting for Durham fans to have Ashton Turner back in the squad. Well, we're assuming he's going to be back in the squad. Got off to a good start with the bat and not too bad with the ball.
Yorkshire on Friday. As Baker bowls again and dug out on a length by Ravindra out into the covers. You're not here on Friday, are you?
No, I head off to Italy, yeah.
Yes.
School
I thought you might have been playing in some club T20 or something like that.
No. Too old for that.
Baker in again. Blocked on a length by Ravindra. So where are it's Parkview playing in a
today or
in
in Italy? We do a bit of team building up in the Dolomites, so we've got some activities up there, and then we play Italy under-19s as they prepare for a world tournament, which should be pretty cool.
This is lobbed away from the bowler up towards mid-on, no run there. Guy from Bolden, was it Doug Ferguson? He used to be the
He was
coach.
at Appleton, yeah, he was
the coach of it,
yeah.
wasn't he, for a
yeah.
while?
Absolutely right.
He was
well, Michael
responsible.
DiVenuto as well was captain involved there, so it was actually I'll let Baker bowl this ball.
This is driven up to mid-off. Yeah, he had an Italian passport, didn't he?
Yeah,
for his
so obviously
grandparents?
his heritage is Italian. And I contacted Diver over the winter when I found out that we were going to Italy, and the school had said, right, you're going to Italy to play cricket. And I was like, that's good, they don't really play cricket in Italy. And then I said, well, that's where you're going. I tried to get them to change the venue to La Manga, or I did push for Dubai, to be totally honest, and was rejected on all counts.
Be too hot there.
Yeah, and then once they said that, I was like, right, Diver, and he put me in touch with Gareth Berg, who's at Northlands now, who's the man in charge currently of Italy cricket, and he's helped us put a little week together in Rome, which will be lovely. Good experience for the kids.
Well, sadly, Rome was where my mate Neil Parkin was meant to be riding on his bike today, but he had a crash the other day, and his
Libby comes in the ball. This one's tucked away by Jones on the leg side, and they run through for a single.
Neil's just returned to umpiring duties in
Yeah.
the North East Premier League after a few years off, and listeners will be wondering why I'm telling you the story of him. I would imagine the majority of you will know who he is, because he is the policeman who is
if you've ever been to
cardboard
Morrison's.
cutout in every Morrison's in the country. So, but he had a crash on his bike the other day on a charity ride in Italy.
Libby round the wicket, and Ravindra allows this one to go through to the keeper. I was going to say through to the keeper, but it's gone through the keeper. It's shot low, and Barnard's really racing hard to try and cut it off, and he has. And he's kept it to 2, as everybody, I think, thought I was going to go for 4 byes. But yeah, Neil, he was on a charity bike ride with the Foundation of Light.
Yeah, well, they go every year somewhere. So like Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland player, and a number of others are on the ride.
Mark Turner, former Durham and Derbyshire cricketer, Somerset, he was on the tour as well.
Right.
I messaged him actually when I saw a photo of Neil and said,
well,
how's he doing? And I can't really repeat what he what he replied. But
well, I got a
it wasn't
message on
positive.
Monday night to say he'd been in an accident. His bike had split in two, but I managed to ring him in Italy.
As Libby comes around the wicket, this one's defended into the long leg side, not the long side. Well, it is the long side, but it's the leg side.
He's injured his umpiring arm, he says. So he might be out of action for a while.
He looked as good as you did the other week.
Oh. Well, I wish him the best. Hope he has a speedy recovery.
Absolutely.
He need to buy a new bike as well at some point.
I think he might give up on the bike, and as this one bounces a lot more comfortably through to Roderick.
You need to get back on the bike, don't you?
That's
get
it.
Back on the
That's
horse.
the old saying.
Yeah.
That's the old saying.
Sounds like he just lost his back wheel on a little bit of grease on the road.
I think he was hit by a car. Was he not hit by a car?
Well, he collided, but that was after he's gone out of control.
Right. As this one's back cut by Ravindra for 2. Moves him on to 43. Jones on 45. The total on to 94 without loss.
They've done some massive rides over the years. I think
they
started one year. They came from Dublin up to Belfast and then across, and then they've done Croatia. They've done France.
I was going to say, was it France last year? I think.
Yeah, possibly.
As Libby right arm round the wicket. This one's flatter and angles in at the stumps. Ravindra pushes this one down to mid-on for no run.
Into the over then, so where are we now? 7 minutes away from a declaration from a Durham point of view and handshakes. Another draw.
Yeah.
Another draw for Durham. It will be number 5 out of 8 this season.
Well, thankfully I got to watch my school play today, and there was a little bit more.
What were they playing in a T20?
We're playing in a national T20 quarter-final against Bradford College today.
How did you get on?
And we snuck home. We
At
managed.
Ropery Lane, wasn't it?
It was just up the road, yeah. Ropery Lane, beautiful setting at Chesley Street Cricket Club. We managed 236 for 5 from our 20.
Were there any speed awareness courses on?
No, but there was a Sky conference, so we thought we might have been televised. That was happening at the ground, and we managed to bowl them out for 36. So we struggled to a 200-run victory.
Right.
And the final is next week. Is at Spondon Cricket Club in Derbyshire. However, we're in Italy, so we're not really sure how logistically that's going to work. So I think we'll struggle to get there.
Can't do it by Zoom.
No, which is a shame, because the boys have done really well in the games they've played, and unfortunately it looks like they're going to miss out on the national finals day.
Azarali's bowling here. First ball's gone off.
Do you know what, I didn't even pick up on that.
Jones across out of the covers for 1. So Ravindra's now facing him. Spin, and he pulls this out through towards deep mid-wicket, and it will get 1 run. What does Ali bowl then?
Off spin, I think. Gentle.
Leggy, I've got here.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
37 years. He's played for so many different clubs around the world. 94 tests for Pakistan.
That's definitely off spin he's bowling there. That's not leg spin.
It was very good and all that. It was a medium pace half track, a wide of off stump. That's 2 runs to Jones.
Moves him to 48. A couple away from his 4th first class 50. Ravindra on 44.
This has gone out in the covers, no run there. Leg break, it says in Playfair as well.
He's definitely wheeling out some off spinners. Might be keeping that one for a little surprise ball.
Here he comes. Yeah, that's out the front of the hand, isn't it?
I love the fact he's still so enthusiastic. I mean, for young cricketers, he's scored thousands and thousands of runs. He was working hard in the nets with Kadir Ali earlier today, and is now like Scott Borthwick is actually for Durham, lovely and enthusiastic with the ball in hand.
Balls again to Jones. The previous delivery, it was like a loopy full toss, which nearly yorked Jones, and he played at it, and then it looked like it was going to bounce back onto the wicket, and didn't quite make it there.
.98 without loss. That's the game, like you said, Marty. I totally forgot even about the declaration. Could bring that 10 minutes further forward. It's now 4:46.
Who's coming on now?
This is Cornell. Yeah.
This is all, yeah. It's all declaration bowling, isn't it?
Can we pick one up there, thinking there? Just pinch one. Ruin somebody's day.
I've got him written down as left-hand bat opener. That's it.
Looks like a bit of left-arm orthodox stuff coming from him in his warm-up deliveries.
It's a pleasant day. It must be a sunny day.
It was really warm. Probably the hottest day we've had this year, I think.
Cornell jogs up to the stumps and bowls. Played out into the covers, no run.
Little bit of turn.
Ravindra's on 44.
Ravindra's gone, hang on mate, I think we'll try and make this one the last one of the day.
Turned towards square leg to Ali. He got one run. So he moves on to 45. Jones eyeing up his half century. So how many has he had? He's had a century this year, 108 against Leicestershire, didn't he? And then he's had 3 50s. So it'll be the 5th time he's passed 50 in first-class cricket. This is played by him out into deep extra cover for 1. He jogs down to the other end. He moves on to 49 now. And Durham are 99. They're 100 now, are they?
That's, yeah.
The scoreboard's frozen.
Yeah, 100.
Oh, there we are. 100 for none.
I think Jack Haynes is doing the most extreme warm-up I've ever seen out there in the covers.
This one's pushed out through.
Telling everyone he's coming on and he's going to bowl some filthy mediums. Frank, if you didn't pick up on that, Frank says if he bowls, we've reached a new low. But he's, I don't know if he's trying to send a message to D'Oliveira that he's ready to come on, Skip. But it's his arms waving left, right, and centre. Tactical chat between the bowlers, I think, trying to prevent Haynes from having a ball here, just wasting another 20-30 seconds to make this the last over of the day. There's 2 balls remaining.
I don't believe this is true.
What's that?
Joe Rushworth says, I'm making my cricketing comeback tomorrow night at Whitburn for Sunderland Thirds. Come along and watch me injure myself.
Yeah, he sent me a message this morning, actually. I forgot to reply to him saying, can you sort me out with a box?
50 for Jones. 91 balls.
That is 50 for Jones. Another century, is half century, his 4th to go along with his 100.
7 fours.
7 fours in 91 balls, as Marty said there. And again, as Frank was talking about, looking for little positives out of the game, there's another one that Jones can take out of this. As Ravindra pushes this one down to mid-on, and the clock ticks beautifully on track to 10-5. And I think we're going to see some handshakes here as Durham declare their innings on 102 without loss. And in fact, that is the end of the game as players shake hands. And I think everybody's happy with that right now. It's been a long 4 days. I think Marty and Frank have done very well watching some of it.
We got there.
It's felt like longer than 4 days at times. And Durham finish on 102 without loss. First innings of 642 for 7. Double century for Ravindra. Maiden first-class centuries for Ben Rain and for Paul Coghlan. And Worcestershire in reply 550, a little bit nervous this morning trying to avoid the follow-on. But once that was done, after centuries for D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard, then the game has meandered to a draw this afternoon with Durham 102 without loss. Michael Jones, the penultimate ball of the game, bringing up his half century, and Ravindra capping off a fantastic debut for Durham on 46 not out.
So they declared on 102 for none.
Yeah, 102 without loss. As the ground staff come in and start to do a bit of repair work and already be looking ahead to Friday's game.
Right then, so shall I do this maths again?
Go for it, mate, all yours.
Right, where were we? Right, 37 there.
Yeah,
right,
37 for?
So 2,000 615 for 37.
In just the 8 days.
Wowzers. Right, let's quickly round up the bowling figures then for what it's worth. By the way, the one thing Durham take out of this is a new record for extras. 81 extras they conceded in that innings earlier. And they've used quite a lot of bowlers here. So Morris, 4 overs, none for 15. Gibbon, 8 overs. So he got a bit more under his belt this afternoon, none for 33. Pennington, 4 overs, none for 10, no maidens. Baker, none for 12, 1 maiden from him from his 8 overs. Libby bowled 4 overs and took none for 18. Ali 1 over, none for 4, and the same for Cornell, 1 over, none for 4. So drawn game. And Durham, as a result of that, take, where are we, 14 points from the match, and Worcestershire 13.
They've won 14-13, which doesn't really do anything to the table.
No, everybody's more or less where they were.
Yep.
The only thing is that Glamorgan might win and go above the both of them today. So, right, well there we are. It's 5 to nearly 5 to 5. So we bid you farewell. Enjoy the trip to Italy.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for joining us this week. My thanks to Frank as well for commentary over the last few days. Friday evening we'll be here. I'll be doing a joint commentary with Jonathan Deutsch from Radio Leeds, and I think he said he's bringing a guest with him in Paul Shaw. So there'll be the 3 of us on there on Friday evening for that one. Reaction to this on BBC Radio Tees and BBC Radio Newcastle tomorrow, and probably this evening, and of course on BBC Hereford and Worcester as well. We'll see you later. Goodbye.